fans, welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, week number 79, your weekly dose of Sparkling Tuna Cup action. I'm Coach Osai VIP, with me I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our weekly open tournament. And as we get into this, a big shout out to oh god. A big shout out to Nerfy in the chat. Thank you so much, Gab. Thank you so much, as during the beginning of the broadcast did subscribe for 2 months. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for all the support in the chat. We do appreciate it. Without your support, we would not be able to host events like this, events like the Sparkling Tuna Cup. The bracket is live, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves, as we are jumping into our first series here. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the blue Terran player, I should say the random player here, rolling Terran, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Atrox. Or Atrox. Let's go. Let us go. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we are going to be opening up Hatch Gas Full. Standard opener, advisor player, and likewise Eba going to be rolling his Terran, going for a Rax Expand. Let's go. Let us go. Again, Eba, for those that are curious, for those who are maybe tuning in for the first time and are unaware of some of these players, Eba, he is one of the younger pro players out there from the land of the United Kingdom, from England, of course, and he's a main Protoss. He's a main Zerg player, but he does, like many players nowadays, does off-race as a lot of Protoss to avoid the mirror matchup, so he does often play Protoss against other Zerg players, to play PvZ, to sometimes even play PvP as well. True, does off race depending on the matchup. And here is rolling random. Here he is playing random. He is still a very strong Terran player, but I would say that Atrox has a good chance here to cause an upset. At the same time, our player towards the bottom left is a player that I'm very unfamiliar with. I'm not too familiar with their level of play, with what they can bring to the table, so I'm ready to be introduced. I am ready to be introduced to our lovely new player. Let's go. Let us go. For now, standard openers all around. Again, predictions should have been open. Just double checking. Predictions are open for the next minute or so. So best of luck in the chat as we do jump in. So far, extra links are on the way. 2 more. Oh my god! Rushing into extra gases here. Yeah, we have a second and third gas already on the way. Meanwhile, okay. Just to save the drones, just to save the workers here. So far, so good. Gonna be saving the mineral line. Likewise, Reaper is gonna be forced back. This was a pretty big investment here and a really rough start. And there we go. I was curious what the gas is gonna be spent on, as we have stayed in gas. Bane Bust. It's gonna be a Bane Bust here from Atrox. Eba, I believe, is unaware, checking his vision. Eba, he has not seen the actual tech of choice. Likewise, they don't see the fact that we are still in gas. So Eba did not confirm saturation, did not confirm the tech, and Atrox is not droning up whatsoever. It's all or nothing for the Zerg. Meanwhile, across the map, Eba, getting a safety bunker already here. Bunkers gonna be thrown down a little bit further back. Hellions are on the way behind this, going for a third CC before starport. Economic build out of Eba. This is ideal for Atrox, and we'll see if he can break through. Again, so far things are lining up to go well here for the Zerg player, but it is still very difficult to pull this off, especially considering, there's another bunker on the way. Yeah, 2 more bunkers here from the side of Eba. The first bunker is going to be surrounded. The first bunker is going to go down. Nice pickup, no salvage. Strong start here, but what about the Hellions? Again, Hellions are amassing, and they're going to do so much damage here to the Ling Bane as they try to push up the ramp. Speaking of, Hellion shots going up. Banelings have arrived. There's a secondary wall behind this. And the first Eva goes down, but there's still another bunker. And not enough Banelings. Yeah, not enough Banelings here. 1 Baneling goes up. Lings are trying to break through. They will eventually bust down that wall, but so many Lings go down. These Hellions, they just annihilate the Lings. They roast them up. Another Hellion has arrived, trapped here in the wall. Let's go. But with that, there's nothing left here. There's just nothing left over. GG gets called. The Bane Bust fails, and Eva will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, you can see the power here of even 2 Hellions. 2 Hellions Thankfully, they were, of course, just now being produced. They were behind the wall. Ideally, as an aggressing player trying to go for an all-in, trying to go for a Bane Bust, ideally you would have the Overlord parked near or outside the natural, and you would see the Hellion move out. And typically, you would actually build up your Ling Bane, and you actually wait for the moment that the Hellions move out to scout and move out to harass. When the Hellions move out, then you move in, because then the Hellions aren't at home, they are behind the wall, they're out in the open, they're more exposed, they're ideally halfway across the map, and then you can try to pull that off. Instead, it did feel like our Zerg player here was a little bit premature in their endeavor, and unfortunately everything was at home to defend. GG, well played. In the end, Iba does take the first game, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. So jumping into game number 2 here, and already I feel like our Zerg player has shown their colors. So like, okay, I am willing, if not always, going to all in. Now Iba's going to be more on notice. Now Iba is going to be playing that much more carefully here against his opponent. Oh boy. So now's the time to macro. Now's the time to be greedy, cut corners, and potentially, you know, to go for the kind of opposite direction here and be hyper greedy and get away with some more shenanigans. We'll see. We shall see as we're getting into our next game. And this morning, in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have our... Oh, I was letting him know. Let's go. We have our blue Protoss player from the land of the UK, leading the series 1-0. Once again, rolling random, this time rolling and landing on Protoss for the Platinum Heroes. It is Iba. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player from the land of South Korea down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Atrox. Let's go. Let's go. Just catching up with the chat. Share my papi, share my. Ah, good to see you. Good to see you all. Good to see you. ByuN, yes, ByuN, he has made his return here to Sparkling Tuna Cup. Is going to be featured, I'm sure, later on in the evening. And one of the favorites to even win the entire tournament. I say one of the favorites because there are some other big heavy hitters that have brought him down before. But we'll be going over the bracket after this series. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. We will get there. For now, we have Iba moving out with his probe scouts, likewise sitting up on the low ground as well. The spray has been placed. And back at home, Atrox just going for his own standard opener. Now, just like the previous game, our eyes is going to be on our Zerg player as to their saturation, specifically whether or not they stay in gas after link speed, and what is done with that gas if they stay in. Do they go for another Baneling bust? Do they go for a fast lair into fast tech, into like a Hydra rush or something crazy like 2-base Muta? Do they throw down a fast Roach one and go for a Roach base all in with a link flood? Like, there are possibilities. We'll see. We shall see. None of them going to be easy, is what I will say, but for now. Ooh, rushing into a third hatchery. Okay, interesting. Link speed is being researched. He does pull out of gas. There we go. So he does pull out. But with the faster third base, this will delay the second queen. This will delay the second queen here of Atrox. So has opted to be a little bit greedier in the sense of getting a faster expansion in. As a result, they're going to be a little bit more delayed here in said queen production. Just now getting into it and droning up. Here we go. Likewise, across the map, we do have Iba getting to his own starport into Oracle, into harassing across the map. I would imagine standard play here out of Iba, and my eyes are mainly on our Zerg player here. Again, upon pulling out of gas, upon the faster third base, everything looking more normal here. We're going to be able to drone up quite freely and saturate our bases. This is a big investment into links early on, so this is a little bit inefficient here from Atrox. We'll see what he's able to accomplish. What I mean by that, right now there's only one, soon to be, I guess, 2 adepts going to be poking in, but that's just a big investment into these links to try to stem the tide and try to keep up with the adept. One drone goes down. One drone goes down. A second drone going to be full. Oh god, getting up to 2 workers, getting up to almost 3, but thankfully only 2. Whew, still a better trade here for Iba. Better trade, getting 2 workers, forcing design mining time, and there it is, link flood. There we go. One of my assumptions was going to be that this hatchery is just going to be for larva. That is the case. Only for larva. It is going to be a straight up link flood here. 17 drones is all that we have, and one way or another the game is going to end. Back at home, Iba, he is set up. Does have a full wall so far with the adept. Warp gate is still on the way. Lings are going to try to bust their way through. Where's the Oracle? The Oracle is at home. There's the overcharge. Lings are being shot down. We cannot push into this. The first adept is going to go down. Lings, oh, they flood in. Yeah, they do flood in. They get us around. The second adept is going to fall. This Oracle is putting in a lot of work. Oh, we do deny the wall. Wolof is denied, getting 1, getting 2, getting 3 probe kills. Not bad. Oh, getting up to 2. 2 so far. There we go, getting the 3rd. The Wolof is going to be delayed. Oh, barely not walling up. Doesn't wall. The wall does not complete. More lings are flooding in. And the Oracle eventually running out of energy. eBay not just now getting a second Oracle. Oh no, he can't. He keeps trying. He cannot wall off. The wall is denied. More probes going to be going down. Atrox is getting damage done here, but he needs more. The reality is he needs more damage. Dives into the main. Does dive into the main base. Getting 7 probe kills so far. Still just walking in. Eba, we need to wall, baby. We're not hero. Oh no. There we go. His warp gate is done. Does warp in extra depths, and Eba he holds. He does hold. The reality is that this was some nice damage out of Atrox, but it's not enough. GG gets called. 17 turns to 37 to get some probe kills, but nowhere near enough. And Eba, he will maintain himself, will take the lead and take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. There was potential, but alas, as we saw, just nowhere near enough damage was being dealt. Lings, sure, they killed some probes, they got into the bases, they got into the mineral lines, but the damage was just not enough. What was crazy about that defense is that Eba also had a 3rd. He had a 3rd base on the way, actually finishing towards the end of the game. So, like, Eba, he was perfectly safe and sound. He can afford to lose even 10 more workers from there. He can just replace them. Just replace them. He has the economy to sustain that. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Eba will claim the series, that will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who will face off against him in that second round? Oh boy. Here we go, and it looks like we have some updates. Oh my god. We have some updates here. It looks like we have some catching up to do. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys don't have a look at it back yourselves. Whew, as we catch up on what has been going on. As we hop regions to keep up with our players. Okay, from the top, we have ByuN. ByuN is waiting for the winner of this series. He's waiting in the round of 16. Sorry, I say for the winner of the series. For the winner of Gref and Prome. Gref and Prome, they are facing off as we speak in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have Eba versus Atrox. We have Nikic versus Esdia as well. They are likewise facing, or actually, they do wrap up. And we have Eba versus Nikic in the next round. That is going to be our next series. That is what we're going to be jumping into. So we'll just message the players and let them know that we are going to be following them. Scrolling down, we have GG Machine. GG Machine takes down Zortanis 2-0. GG Machine up against Krystianer in the next round. Let's go. That's going to be a spicy PvZ. Best of luck. Best of luck to both players. Oh. As I just make sure we do find everyone. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Lunacy. Lunacy takes down Day Littles 2-0. Lunacy up against Jumy in the next round in a PvP. Honestly, really spicy matches that could go either way as well. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Shameless. Shameless up against Art in that second round. That is not the Polish Art, that is the other Art. Bear that in mind as well. Likewise, we have Rebellion takes down Ateshi 2-0. Ateshi is a prominent Korean Protoss player in StarCraft Evolution, but here is facing off against Rebellion in SE2. Does fall in the end. Rebellion now up against Trigger in the next round. And scrolling down a little bit further, we have Gerald. Gerald is up against MiddleVK in another PvP. I don't know if you noticed something, but the entirety of that lower portion of the bracket is pure Protoss. I kind of glossed over some players. My apologies. We have Nightmare. Nightmare, what if you winner of Azura and Hacker is top. But if you didn't know, this is pure Protoss. I mean, this is Shameless, Art, Trigger, Rebellion, Geralt, MiddleVK, Nightmare, Azura, Hacker's top. I guess is random. He's like the one lone non-Protoss player, but it's legit. It's just a blocker. So the reason why our stream started a little bit later is, one, Evo was running late, but he was running late. I did have options to go into other series, but I did want to stick with the upper half of the bracket for as long as I could before delving into all the PvPs. So Yeah. Usually we try to do that. I mean, again, we're gonna get to. Don't worry, if you're a fan of PvP, we'll get there. Don't worry about it. There's plenty of it. There's plenty of it, as it's just pure Protoss down here. But while we can, we're gonna be focusing on the upper half of the bracket instead. Focusing on players, you know, like your ByuNs, your Eva, Nikic, Krystianer, GG Machine, Jumy, Lunacy. And that is where our attention is going to lie initially, before delving down into the other half of the bracket as well. We'll get there. We'll get there. Aye. Let's go. For now, though. Oh. Yo, is Eva going to commit to random? Is he going to play random against Nikic? No shot. Crazy. Okay, he's doing it. He's crazy. Okay, let's go. Game one. Game one is going to be on Amygdala. We're going to be jumping into Eba versus Nikic, and I assumed that he was going to be switching to either Protoss or Zerg, but no, Eba, he is committing to random. Bold move. Bold move. Nikic, of course, he is a Zerg player from Belarus. I would favor Nikic against Eba's Terran, for example. I think their other races are quite comparable, whether it's Eba's Protoss or Eba's Zerg against Nikic. I think they're quite close in skill. Yeah, bold move for Eba to rock that random. Let's go. He's committed. We're here for it. Beautiful. One of the many arts, exactly. Did Eba play Toss? Is normally main Zerg. Eba, he off races as Protoss quite a lot, but he was playing random in the last game. I apologize if I didn't make that clear, but yes, he is playing random. And here we go once again. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, who it is Nikic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner. He's not telling him his race. Oh, I mean, to be fair, I think Eba needs all the help he can get. As in the top right-hand corner, we have the we have a bit of a pause. Hopefully, everything is okay. Maybe some Uber Eats at the door. Maybe some cat jumping on the table. God damn it! Oh no, Este Eba. Yeah, hopefully everything is okay. Just catching up with the chat. Here we go. After the intros, we'll start predictions. We'll get there. Look at the notables in the Wikipedia. Oh no. What are we looking at for the notables? Yeah, 1 Terran, 3 Zergs, and pure yeah. I assume so. Let's go. Where's Homono? True, Homono's not there. He's not here today. All the Protoss are scared him. Really, he'd be tempted by them, really. He loves his TVP. Hello, Kashim. Hello, good to see you. How dare you doubt Eba's Terran? I will doubt it. Yes, I will. 100%. The doubt is real. Terran's only like 1,000 MR lower. I mean, I think Eba is the best Terran in Europe. True. Is the best Terran. Hello, Shweewap. Eba's the best Terran and Clem is the best Protoss. Can confirm. Jumy's the best Zerg. We know that. ByuN looking so lonely in that table. He's the one-man army. It's fine. He likes it. He'll be fine. Eba truly playing random? Yes. Take that, Clem. Well, Clem has the Protoss title, so it's fine. It's still fine. Oh,
Game resumed.
let's go back. Because here we go, as we are jumping back in. And in the top right-hand corner, we have the man of the hour himself. We have the blue Terran player. As a reminder, he did pick random rolling Terran. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Eba. And if you're out there, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. And when it comes to this series as well, it's a real gamble, because I'll be honest, I can see Eba defeating Nikic with Zerg and with Protoss. Like, I think like there's a big chance that he can pull that off. But is he going to land on them? You know, there's a chance that Eba plays Terran every game of this series. No. But there's a chance. And I'm sure Eba has some builds. I'm sure he does have some builds here in store for us when it comes to his Terran versus Zerg. Likewise, Eba has the advantage of his opponent not knowing. Like, Nikic does not know the opponent that he's, or the race that he's up against. Nikic is unaware. Just now the Overlord is loading in, and he will soon confirm. Here we go. I see it in my dreams. I'm down there. Yo, Matt, why aren't you in the bracket today? we need some more non-Protoss in the bracket. Oh, no. We need you. Este, Matt. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. As Reaper is scattered, Nikic does confirm. Eba did skip the SCV scout, bear that in mind. Which also meant that it took a little bit longer for his opponent to realize what was going on as well. As is going for a standard opener. Reaper is going to be dipping in, and so far Nikic is keeping up. Hatchery soon to be on the way. Links are amassing. I woke up too late. Oh no! It's okay. It's okay. Could be worse. Could be Fiance. Waking up at 2 p.m. Este Fiance. So now the Reaper does pull away. Does pull back. Looking for a way in. Behind this, going for a third CC before Starport. Economic build here out of Eba. Nothing crazy, nothing too assertive. Again, welcome all to Amygdala. I should have opened with that, of course, as well. Welcome to one of the larger maps in the map pool. Likewise known for more macro games, more later games. The amount of attack paths and the ability to maneuver between them here on Amygdala is quite limited, very limited here, so it's a little bit easier to keep up with these rotations, to defend on your 3 and 4 base economy, and to slow the game down. We've seen a lot of late game here on Amygdala, and we could be heading in that direction. I say could be heading in that direction because, again, I'm not really too experienced casting Eba's Terran. I've casted it before, don't get me wrong, but I'll be honest, usually whenever I cast Eba's Terran, he's up against, you know, a more amateur player, not up against a pro. So I don't really know how he does compare to someone like Nikic. Obviously, I favor Nikic, don't get me wrong, but I'm talking about his play style. Like, does he play towards the late game? Is that what he enjoys? Does he go for like 8 racks or for 3 bases? Does he go for hyper aggression instead? Does he mech it up? I hope not. Oh no. It's Eba. He's gonna mech, isn't he? He's a For now though, going into Cloak Banshee. Going for a 3cc into Cloak Banshee is Eba. Standard opener so far. Haley Reaper moving out across the map, dipping in. Threatening the Queens, taking out a tumor, not bad. Nice little pickup. As Eba does pull away. You know, Nikic is still in the dark. He has not gone into the main. Not fully aware what he's up against. Possible that he is a little bit more familiar with Eba's Terran on the ladder. Possible. As Eba, he's banking up and getting ready for that second Banshee. Hellion still poking in. An hour before Cloud, As Eba once again committing in, trying to vibe for that creep, but so far will delay the 4th base. Not bad. Does catch a drone. Drone gets picked up. Overlord Scout does commit, and Nikic, he will confirm the tech lab on the starport, confirm the Banshees as well, is fully aware of what's coming his way, and also gets eyes on the racks, so he is aware of the bio, not the mech. So Banshee to bio, there's the add-on swap. Nick is setting up, now going for his fourth. Again, his fourth base was delayed. Behind this double Evo chamber, Baling S layer is almost done, getting to 1-1 upgrades, getting to Baling speed, embracing Ling Bane. So far, all is good. So far, all is good. We are settling in. Again, we mentioned earlier that it's quite difficult here for the Hellions to really get, well, really for any kind of form of aggression to get damage done unless we're committing, just because of how limited the attack paths are. The Hellions, they did deny some creep, but not really. The Queens are still pushing forward. Creep is still spreading, connecting the bases. Banshees have arrived. Queens are out of position. And Queens are left on the front line. 3 drones going down. Getting a 4th transferring worker, a couple of Lings, tumors as well. And you can see that Nikish is a little bit paranoid here of a Hellion dive. So he doesn't fully commit. Banshees, they do well for themselves. They get away. So plenty of HP. Plenty of health left over. Likewise, Infestation Bits on the way to work towards Hive. More creep is being denied. Eba is actually going to be reinforcing. Moving over those Hellions. He's got eyes on those Queens. Does he have enough? Not quite. Does get one of those tumors. I say one, gets both active tumors, going for the 3rd tumor as well. He does pull away, and here come the reinforcements. Here comes the main army alongside the Tuna. Ah, beautiful. Eva's pushing at the same time. Nick is taking up into a Hive. Hive is on the way, being quite greedy. Rushing to Hive, potentially, I mean, what looks to be Ling Bane into Ultra. As there is no Hydrogen, not yet. Tank is setting up. Aliens are morphing in. There's plenty of Ling Bane behind this. Eva trying to commit in, gets a Queen. Does catch a Queen, but there's just so much Ling Bane. Nigishi commits, Eva, he has to get the hell out of here. Tank is going to go down. Not the worst trades, but is going to be forced back. It is forced back home. There was no Banshee support, they were stuck back at home. And with that, Nikishi has gained map control. He's gained map control. He is going to have to respread all of that creep, true, but now he's going to be able to re-expand. He's on 84 workers. Hive is done, and here we should soon be seeing... Oh, my apologies. I did think that we didn't have a Hydra, but no, we had one. There's a Hydra, so my apologies for saying Ling Bane into Ultra. It's going to be Ling Bane Hydra, most likely into Vipers, into Lurkers as well. We'll see if he does commit to the Lurker Den. For now, the Hydra upgrades are on the way. So Nick is playing out Ling Bane Hydra. Does have the den. Oh. Likewise, zoning Eba away. Catching him out. Yeah, full medevac Marines go down. Nice pickup. Eba rotating over, getting within range here of the gold. Likewise, Nigishi commits to a counterattack. Gold base is going to be denied. At the same time, Nigish diving in, catching out 2 of those tanks. Hot pickup. Anyway, he does save his army. Does save his tanks. What about the mineral line? There's no way out of this. Yeah, there's no way out. SCVs are going to be hunted down. Massive connections. There's no escaping this. 33 SCVs. Oh my god. Ling Bane is cleaned up, but he has to counterattack. He has to move out here and now. As he lost so much here at home. And Nikish, he has time. The problem is, again, we're on Amygdala. It takes so long to counterattack. So long to push across the map. This entire time, Nikish is remaking, remaxing. Lurker Den on the way. For now, though, just pure Ling Bane. Alongside a couple of Hydras. Tumor is going to be knocked down. But trying to break out. I mean, can make use of this choke point, true. Can make use of it. Nikic can't too freely engage. Oh no, the Banshees! Banshees getting caught out. Finally going to be going down. I appreciate that Eba is punishing the creep that was being spread here, as the tumors are still alive thanks to the creep. Does allow him to create this choke point for a limited amount of time as creep is receding, so the tumor is eventually going to go down. Link's coming from behind. Nikish setting it for the surround. The surround and the blinding clouds, and there's no ghosts. Yeah, there's no ghosts here. Tanks, they do fall. We don't even need the blinding clouds. And he was being forced back. He has some decent stutter stepping, but he has no backbridge to his army. Yeah, just pure marine. Not like this. Keep on pulling back. Throwing down 2 more factories. Let's go. Let's go. Massing up more tanks, and Iba is taking more defensive stance. He's just taking more defensive stance here. Behind this, there's no other tech here. I mean, he's now getting into Marauder production, true, but there's no Ghost Academy is what I'm getting at. No Ghost Academy yet. Iba forced to turn around. Diving in once again. Both armies are maxed, but I'm not too convinced with Iba's composition currently here. Not yet, as he's gonna have to turtle from here. Banshee does fall. Oh, key spot the does spot the bird bailings. Let's go. Keen eyes, papi. Keen eyes. They gets pulling back. While throwing down his own lurker upgrades. Now, Nikish, upon recognizing here that the game is slowing down, I would appreciate if we did see some more hive tech upgrades. And there it is, we have the Ultra Cavern on the way. I would love to see like double Spire into a greater Spire, like just to be secure. Assuming that Nikish has the spare resources to do so, as he has limited gas. Setting up more Bane Mines, diving on the main army. Nice power bombs. Power bombs on the medevacs. Tanks, they get yoinked in, and the tanks, they are going down. It's gonna be about 3-4 tanks falling, but the Banelings, they get shut down. Not the worst trade from Iba. Lost a lot of tanks, don't get me wrong, but hey, that's what the triple factory production's for. True. Just remake him. Behind this, lurker's now on the way. It's going to be difficult for the lurkers to break these siege lines. Not impossible, especially with Night Display, for example, but bold move. Committing into the lunkers. Ultra upgrades on the way. Iba now taking another expansion. This will be vulnerable here to the lurkers. Nikish rotates towards the top side. Iba's out of position. There are only 2 tanks. Tanks, they get surrounded. Lurkers, they dive on the base. Planetary's going to go down. And again, Iba, he's just now arriving. Too little too late to save the expansion. 16 SCVs going down. And without Ghosts, without Liberators, he just can't like engage into this. Ghost now. Oh god, oh god. Doug. He dives in. Takes so many spine shots to the face. Not like this. Not like this. There we go. Tanks, they do punish the lurkers. Forcing them back. Nikish rotating once again. True, as long as Nikish is able to hit wherever Iwa is not, can break these bases, gain a greater economy, and overwhelm Iba. Speaking of, once again, Iba trying to keep up. Sun does spread quite nicely. Takes down the lurkers at the same time the main army pushes in. Tanks are exposed. Takes down 2 of those tanks. Ooh, but not enough links here to support. Iba does hold. Does hold, still trying to catch up economically, still behind. It's time to recover here. And Nikish is not giving him that time. Building up his ultras. Ooh, nice snipes. Snipes on the Vipers. Both Vipers go down. Eba is in position here. But still down in supply. Eba throwing down eBay's bunkers. Trying to wall off. He's going to try to commit. Again, not the most efficient trade here from Nikish as he bleeds out a lot of banelings. Up! Diving on the army. Takes down a couple of Marauders. Ultra's going to be going down. At Eba, he will be able to hold on here. Again, this was a more efficient fight for Eba. But Nikish, he can afford it. He can afford these losses. He has every other base on the map. He can remax, rebuild. Spire is finally on the way for the eventual Greater Spire. It's getting there. Now switching into Ultra Infestor. Now if Eba can pull off a fight like that, like maybe 2 more times, then we can cook. He'll be back in this. The Liberators are on the way. Freedom is coming. Like his army, what used to be purely Marine tank is now becoming more refined. We have Marauders, we have Ghosts in the mix, Liberators on the way as well. Like this is becoming a better army for Eba over time. But he still needs that time. He needs that breathing room. And Nikish should not give him that. As he's moving in. Saves nice some mining time. Liberation has arrived. We just need to skate. There we go. Eba's regaining control of his gold. Now, Nikish should not push into this. he doesn't need to. There's no need. There's no need to push into this. I like the idea of rotating, maybe trying to catch the gold base out of position or off guard. He is. Skin doesn't reveal this. Eba, he has to rotate. Can he get here in time? Ultras have arrived. Eba a little bit late to the party. Subduction. Goes in, takes down some of those tanks. The planetary goes down as well. Oh no, the ghost! Oh my god. It's a massive shot to the face. Ghost go down. Nikish, again, he does fight well here. Takes down the base. Nikish, he might plummet in supply, but he's remaxing. Remaxing here with Hydras. With more Lings, I would imagine as well. It's getting there. Oh. Better trades from Eba towards the end. Did lose an expansion. And here comes that remax. 62 Lings. Nikish, he's got 9,000 minerals in the bank. And again, Eba, he was late to rotate. We do bring this up, how as the game progresses, it becomes easier to rotate between the bases as the aggressor. As rocks are knocked down. But still trying to turtle up. Did still leave most of his tanks here towards the top side. Here comes Nikish once again. And does get 1, 2, 3 ghosts. Not bad. Takes out 3 ghosts. Pulls away. He's going for the expansion. I believe that's the main. Main has floated. Oh my god. The Fuggles! No, he's gonna take down all the SCVs. 24 SCVs go down. The chain Fungals. Ay. Things are looking bleak here for Eba. Again, it's one of those things where you can take some better fights. That is true. I mean, we have seen better fights from Eba. But, alas, may just not matter. More tanks are falling. 2 getting up to 3 tanks. Takes down the CC. Denies mining. And Nagashi is remaxing almost instantly. Hopefully he gets away with not fully injecting. Okay. He's got a couple of injects here and there. Likewise now taking his opponent's gold base for himself. Denying mining. Trying to rotate. Still trying to look for a way in, losing another tank. He just wants his own base. Up. Some snipes. Nice mining. Shuts down his own gold. Let's go. And Nagashi just hits wherever the ghosts are not. And he should be able to clean up most of these tanks. He gets, oh, just gets one though. My apologies. Takes down one tank. Once again, a better trade for Eva. Catching out 3 of those ultras. And at this point, the best chance for Eva is for Nagashi to take just a really bad fight, then just to counterattack immediately. Oh no, the tanks! No, as he gets 1, 2, 3, 4 tank kills. Ay. Losses Eva cannot afford. And once again, Eva just having a hard time keeping up with the army. He's not ready, no tanks in position. Nagashi comes in once again, gets into the mineral line. Up, 15 SCVs. 15 SCV kills, one of the orbitals, second orbital as well, just barely. And eventually Eva is going to be forced into a counterattack. Eventually. Still stuck at home. Now let's go with the Broodlords. Broodlords are coming. We have the 3rd base floating over as the new 6th. Nice tank shots out of Eva. Sniping a Broodlord as well. Broodlord? There, gets one. Let's get one. 6 left. Nice 6 down to 5. Ah, but nice Fungal. Fungal pops off. Bling rolling in. He wants those ghosts. And he gets 2. Takes down 2 ghosts so far. Yeah, the Fungals, they're not going to be good enough. So again, a better trade from Eva. Nikic just, he's not done. It's not over. Jesus. As we have 8 more ultras, sorry, 8 more Broodlords on the way. Got 8 more. 13 in total. Oh, the Broodlords. He was not quite ready for this. Let's have the one Thor. Thor's here. Snipes 2 of the Broods. Not bad. Down to 11. Mining's being denied. Pops up, 8 more SCVs going down. Now, okay, if he can somehow catch out these Broods, and I mean all the Broodlords as well, then maybe he can then just instantly counterattack, break like 2 or 3 bases. and then take one of them as his own. Till then, though, catches a Thor. Tanks are exposed. Where are the ghosts? Where are the ghosts? I mean, the ghosts out of position. 3, 4 tanks going down. Ghost late to respond. Ooh. Catching 8 more SCVs. I mean, I say late to respond, they were busy here with the Broodlords. Eva just being pulled apart. And Eva now, he's forced to counterattack. And this time we're so vulnerable. Oh my god. The Fungals. Gets one. One so far. Another Fungal connects. Takes down 2 ghosts. Gets a third. 4, 5, 6. Oh god, catching almost half the ghosts. Yeah, they're all just being shut down. And Nikic, at this one, he has done it. The saving grace for Eva was his ghost count, but no longer, not anymore. And Nikic, he's done it. Takes out every single ghost. GG gets called, and Nikic, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Nikic will take a lead in the series. Again, it was an interesting style out of Eva, is what I will say. Matt, he kind of like touched on it a little bit with how Eva was playing. Like, he wasn't going for a 3-way soul-in, but he was being hyper-aggressive. Behind it, he was getting a 4th base. He was focusing on his economy, that is true, but it took him a while to really tech up. It was either one of 2 things, either commit to an all-in or tech, but it was very middle of the road. Very middle of the road there for Eva, as instead he did kind of be aggressive but slowly lean in towards a longer game state. With that, it took a really long time for him to get into that more refined army. I'm referring to ghosts, I'm referring to liberators, referring to a higher tank count. To take a much longer time, he was so heavily reliant on tank and marine for so long, and he had a hard time maintaining his bases, at least until he got that better army. By the time he did, it felt a little bit too late. And despite some better fights from Eva, Nikic, he could afford it. He had just every other base on the map, had a booming economy. He could afford to remax, and remax once again. And now here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and this is what I was worried about. Because spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Belarus, who leading the series 1-0. 1 game away from advancing on into the next round. It is Nikic. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, once again, I need to reiterate this, for those who are unaware, playing random, and once again, 2 games in a row, he rolls Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. He keeps rolling his worst race. No. Feels RNG, man. Feels RNG. I mean, clearly, like, his Terran isn't bad by any means. Like, I mean, again, we had some better fights from Eva. Like, we had some really good moments, especially when he had the more refined army towards the later stages of that game. But it was the lead up to that which did leave a little bit to be desired. And we'll see if Eva can tighten up his build, tighten up his style, as Nikic does open up pool first. Pool into a delayed hatchery, into a delayed gas geyser. Bearing in mind, Nikic doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know that his opponent's Terran, Protoss, or Zerg. So Nikic playing it a little bit safer, going pool first, before figuring out what the hell's happening. Here we go. As Nikic is floating in. Eva just going for a Rax Expand. Economic opener here out of Eva. Well, that build-up just ends with all ghosts getting fungled. I mean, that wasn't necessarily like a massive build-up. If you recall, it was unfortunately Eva kind of like struggling to build up over the course of that game. Again, the emphasis on the greater economy on Nikic, that he was able to take some worse fights and lead up to that to make sure that Eva was all in. It was a really rough fight for Eva at the end because he was forced into a rough fight. Like Eva, he doesn't want to push into creep. He doesn't want to push that deep onto creep either and be that exposed with his ghost, but he had to because, I mean, he couldn't just keep defending for that moment. Like it was, it was a rough game state. It was a rough game state. And here we go, Lings, they do delay the CC. I mean, hey, remember it was a pull first. And with that pull first, so far, Nikic doing well for himself, trying to force a cancel. Eva, he cannot afford the cancel, he has to save the base. He has to try. One SCV going down, Reaper does race back home. Despite that, can he get it? Can he get the cancel? No! Oh, God, safely. She gets a kill. No shot. No shot. GG. He kills the CC. Not even the cancel. One step further, and Nikic will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Really rough moment there for Eba. As a reminder, Nikic, he opened up pool first. He had no idea what was going on. He had no idea what race Eba was playing. Moved out with those 6 lings, and unfortunately, Eba, he did move out with his Reaper. Now, a big part of what happened here, and a big part of the success of Nikic, as a reminder, game 1, what did Eba not do? SCV scout. Eba, he did not SCV scout in game 1. Part of that is to keep himself hidden, is to keep his race hidden, I'm pretty sure, I would imagine. Likewise here in game 2, also no SCV scout. Otherwise, Eba would have taken notice of the later expansion and probably would have played a little bit safer as well with that Reaper. Last Reaper was halfway across the map, and that was, yeah. And we cannot afford to lose the base, not quite like that. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Nikic will take it, and Nikic will advance on into the next round. Congratulations. GG. Here we go. Real Terrans will not even blink for a CC cancel. That was not a canceled CC. My apologies if I kind of misspoke, but I'm pretty sure I said it. It was a killed CC. It was not canceled. It was killed. Like, that's like even ByuN or Maru would leave in that moment. Like, that was no, not like this. Not like this. But if you're trying to imply that like maybe another Terran player would be faster to just cancel, I mean, it's one of those things where you're in a rough position regardless. Like, trying to save the base is the correct call. If only he was able to save it. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. What just happened there? Hello, ByuN. Once again, as I mentioned, Eba, he intentionally didn't SCV scout, right? There was no SCV scout, so he didn't know it was a pull first. It was a standard opener out of Eba. Standard. Outside of not SCV scouting. Once again, just went through the explanation. But with that, we are now going to be switching our scenes over and catching up with the bracket. Let's go. Next time, pro or streaming. True. GG. But here we go. Oh my god, I don't want to be left behind. Sorry, I was a little bit enthralled by the series and enthralled by the game. But congratulations to Nikic. Unfortunate there for Eba. Again, it was just unlucky to roll random twice and roll Terran twice as well. Like, mate. Oh god. The RNG, baby, the RNG. GG. But with that, that leads us into... That leads us into our next series. Into ByuN versus Nikic, and okay, we're good. That leads us to our next series into Nikic. He advances on into next series up against ByuN in the quarterfinals. ByuN took down Gref 2-0, and we have our next series coming up ahead of us here. Scoring down, we have Krystianer. Krystianer takes down GG Machine 2-0. Jumy takes down Luna C 2-0, and here we go. We have the PvP upon us. Krystianer versus Jumy. We have ByuN versus Nikic. We of course have our next series following Nikic into his next Terran opponent. And ByuN, yo, was he watching? I'm sure he was. I'm sure he was watching that series. I'm sure he was watching that ZVT unfold. I'm sure ByuN is terrified. I'm sure ByuN he's quaking in his boots, papi. Oh my god. So best of luck to ByuN. Best of luck. We'll see if he can survive the threat that is Nikic. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we have Nightmare. Nightmare takes down Azura 2-0. Art takes down... Oh, that's a big win for Art. Oh my god. Shameless was the favorite player. 100% Shameless, he was favored there, did go all the way to the ace match, but a big shout out to Art as Art brings Shameless down and does advance on into the quarterfinals. Scrolling down a little bit further here, Trigger takes down Rebellion, Gerald takes down VK, and we have Trigger versus Gerald also taking place. As we mentioned before, purely Protoss down here. So the PvPs, they commence, they continue, and we will eventually be jumping into these matches, don't you worry. Both semifinals are going to be casted, and we will get to the at least semifinals PvP here between Knight, Art, Trigger, and Gerald. The winners will face off against each other. We'll be there to bring that to you live. For now, though, we're focusing on the upper portion of the bracket instead. And honestly, these are some really good matches as well. Like, I don't want to take away from that, as much as we like to make fun of some PvPs from time to time. Trigger versus Gerald is going to be really close. Like, we've seen them go back and forth time and time again. I do favor Trigger here, but Gerald, he has some crazy late game PvP, and he does often try to play the late game as well. So best of luck to Gerald, best of luck to Trigger. Likewise, great to see Nightmare make his return. I didn't get to mention it, but Nightmare has been very inactive this month. I say this month, sorry, last month. January, Nightmare was very inactive. He was all over the place, like in October, November, December. But January, Nightmare, he took a step back, and I was really concerned that he was going to silently retire. I was really concerned that he was just going to step away and retire and not even make an announcement. But over the past couple of weeks, he's been coming back. He has returned. He's been active again. So great to see Nightmare is, you know, once again available. You know, maybe just going for some holidays throughout New Year's and even Chinese or Lunar New Year's as well. I'm sure that did play a part in January, but now we can jump into our next matches. Now we can soon follow Nightmare in his run, assuming that he makes it to the semifinals. I'm assuming. As I slip into those DMs and make sure I don't get left behind. Beautiful. Actually, hold on. I can make this a little bit easier to read. There we go. That's so much cleaner. Okay, we have our top 8. Have our top 8. Quarterfinals. Beautiful. He has a contract with Streamer Zone. He does have a contract with Streamer Zone. Does have it. I mean, I don't know how long that is. He's locked in. He can't leave. Oh no. I should just do what real Terrans do and never move out and sit there forever. True, true. That's the mistake, Pappy. Mate, you wanted to be active, wanted to be aggressive. Nah. Just turtle, Pappy. Ah, no. But here we go, jumping into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg from Belarus. It is Nikic. Let's watch the one and only true Terran. You are Protoss player in my mind. True. Yes, Eba, his main race is Protoss. Can confirm. He tries to cosplay as Zerg every now and then. Tries to. Nah. It's Protoss. Just like Clem. Feels bad, man. But alright, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. For those that are curious, ByuN, he is the only Terran player in the brackets, and he's up against a sea of Protoss and a couple of Zerg players ahead of him. We'll see how far our lone Terran can go. Likewise, Nikic, he is the last Zerg player. I mean, arguably the only Zerg. Like Eba, I guess he doesn't really count. I mean, Eba was playing random, wasn't even playing Zerg. So Nikic, the last Zerg player, ByuN, the last Terran. Alas, they're gonna knock each other out. Only one can advance on to the semifinals. There can be only one, either ByuN or Nikic. Best of luck. Best of luck here, as we end up with our economic opener. Just Rax Expand out of our Terran player. Likewise, Hatch Gas Pool out of Nikic. Go. Talk about the random tailplay Eva. Ah, true, true. Ah. Eva, he's just trying to find out who he is, okay? Is he a Protoss, a Zerg, a Terran, a random? Maybe. Maybe that's his calling. Figure it out. I still think he's gonna land as Protoss, but regardless. So far, I mean, one drone does go down. Massive pickoff here from ByuN. Very nicely done. Behind this, going for a third CC before Starport. Economic opener out of our Terran player. And we'll see if Nikic can keep up. As we are loading into Whispers of Gold, welcome one and all to one of the smaller, more aggressive maps in the map pool. Smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, more exposed bases as well. We've seen many a Terran player embrace and pop off here with more aggressive builds, referring to 8 Raxes, for example, staying on 3 bases, throwing down extra Raxes, and just committing across the map. Can hit quite hard. Likewise, we'll just keep our eye on ByuN here. Likewise, Nikic as well. I feel like he's also known for being a little bit more of an aggressive player. We saw a little bit of that in Game 2 in his series versus Eba. We'll see if he does try to end the game early, if he throws down an earlier Roach Warren and commits into a more aggressive style. Back at home, 1-1-1. Tech Lab is done. There's Yadonsov going 3cc Banshee here from the side of ByuN. Very standard play so far. Sometimes cosplay as bronze. Ah, no. Esther Captain Fish. Not like this. Not like this. Good to see the favorite player in the chat. Good morning. Buenos dias. Yeah, I'm looking for a way in. Win. Alas, gonna be zoned away. Gonna be zoned back here. Building up his Banshees. Overlord does scout. Overlord does confirm. Oh, as ByuN fakes Cloak. Not bad. Does fake the upgrade. Again, it's going to be a lighter commitment here from ByuN. Preserving his gas. Switching harder here back into his bioproduction. Upgrade. Stim on the way. More maxes. And he's hoping that Nikic does overreact. Spores are on the way. Not yet pulling in. Getting his third base up and running. Had the hopes that Light was honest. Oh no. Yeah, the favorite player. Let's go. I could be mistaken, but technically I believe Captain Fish was what, top 2 Terran in the tournament? Unironically. ByuN and then Captain Fish. Oh my god. Crazy. It's facts. Top 2 Terran confirmed. As ByuN does pull away, doesn't quite commit yet. Just kind of poking in, denying creep, containing Nikic. I mentioned earlier that I was curious if Nikic was going to be more aggressive or more assertive, but so far he has been droning. He's been droning, saturating, getting his 4th base, taking his gases here at the 3rd, investing into his upgrades, committing to Ling Bane once again. No Roach Warren. No hidden tech. ByuN is being forced back. Behind this, yo, big shout to Captain Fit. Oh my god. Hey, Papi. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Setsuna. Did he throw more subs his way to make it more honest and stuff? What do you mean? What I said was true. Oh my god. But thank you. Thank you so much, Captain Fish. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. I'm sure Setsuna appreciates the sub as well. Gracias, gracias. Hope you enjoy the emotes. Hope you enjoy the replay packs. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. As we have a bit of a pause, hopefully everything's okay. Once again, Maybe a cat jumping. Oh, I guess for a ByuN, it wouldn't be a cat jumping on the desk. It'd be a dog. A doggo. Oh, okay, we good. Okay, we good.
Game resumed.
The doggo. So behind this ByuN, he did force a cancel. Not bad. Still building up back at home. Throwing down his second factory. Gases are being taken. So ByuN, he's not going for a 3-base all-in. He is teching. And behind this, we should soon be seeing a 4th CC. So now he is moving out. Here comes that armory for 2-2. Clearing up creep. And Negishi won't quite jump on this. Won't quite commit. Almost. Almost found the tanks. Hive is on the way. Negish trying to hold his own. Meanwhile, losing one of the queens. Does go down. Banshee survives. Survived for now. ByuN has to be so careful in how he engages, going for a split push. Second army on the right hand side. Double drop even. Is spotted. This is the favorite sub gifter. Oh! That's their first drop is going to be dealt with actually catching the queens. One queen goes down, second queen as well. It is going to be a one-way trip as Benevex are falling. At the same time, the main army does collapse in. And Negish looks like he will clean this up. Takes down the tanks. Bio army does trade well though, focusing down the banelings. Another tank! No! It lives! One shot away! 8 HP! Tank barely does survive. Negish pulling away a little bit prematurely. I mean, he would have lost all his banelings, true. Things were a little bit dire. ByuN maintaining his position, moving out with another push. Negish having a hard time. +2 is denied. Oh my god. That should not have happened. Likewise, there, ByuN gets caught out. Nice connections. Banelings, they shut down the bio. Once again, rotating over. Hive is done. Vipers are on the way. Negish is keeping up. He's okay. ByuN has been trying to pull him apart. Oh, no active tumors. Base is under fire. He should be able to hold on. Forces the pickup. Now dropping into the main. And Negish is having a hard time here. Once again, out of position. The Marines, they trade well. They shut down the Lings. He picks up, drops again. He just keeps going. Ah, no. And Negish doesn't really have the supply to defend both locations at once. Not like this. Once again, picks up. Medevac goes down to the main. Negish, though, he's holding. He's holding back. That tank is still alive, by the way. It's still there. Feels tank, man. Mines have hit the field. There's not really too much to support this army, so it looks like we should clean this up, even forcing friendly fire. A nice defense by Negish. Cleans up those mines. Ultras have arrived, going Ling Bane into Ultra. This time no Hydras. But the downside of this kind of composition here is lack of anti-air. These drops are still just so annoying. Becoming such a pain to deal with. And Negish, has he had enough? Yeah, he's pushing. He's had enough defending, which means he's vulnerable back at home. Commits across the map. Trying to push into the mineral lines. Oh my god. Massive alien connection. Sorry, massive widow mine shots I meant to say. The mine shots go up. Barely they do crash into the mineral line. We get some SCV kills, but at the same time the bases are falling. The bases are going down. Nikish racing back home. The drops continue. And Nikish is now falling behind. He's now falling in supply here. Moving in once again. Oh, can he get the expansion? No, he can. Barely can. 2 bases go down. Drops into the main. And he wants those Vipers. He gets 1. He's going to get both. Oof, brutal pickoffs. And Nikish has been broken. Losing 2 bases. Losing the Vipers. He's barely treading water. Double expanded to try to keep up. And the drops, they continue. They continue. And so like ByuN has been going for these main pushes. He hasn't been. Just been purely drop play here. Drops, they just continue. They're just pulling Nikish apart time and time again. With all these ultras, he can take a main fight, but that's why ByuN isn't giving it to him. Oh, finally, the tank! It's gotta go down. Finally. And now this is the army. Now ByuN's pushing. He's got Marauders, Ghosts are on the way, Liberators as well. Minimal factory production. Despite that, he has to be careful. He does push into creep. As that is a lot of ultras. They have kindness plating, they have ultra speed. They go now +3. Once again, the third base goes down. ByuN moving in. That's one last fight here that Nikish has in him. As ByuN gets a base, backs up. Goes through more draw play. Never mind. There we go. Just playing it safe here. No need to commit. And he's just dive in, clearing out more creep. Staying at the Liberators. Dropping the main base is deflected, but alas, oh no, these bases are exposed. It takes out one of the ultras. Fungal doesn't quite connect. And Nikish just zoned away. Drones are falling left and right. The bases are exposed. That's still a lot of ultras though. It's a lot of ultras. And he will force ByuN back. And even though he fights against the main army, there's still 31 drone kills. The libs are still popping off. Dropping the main base, takes down the Ultra Cavern. He's being pulled apart. You have drops everywhere. The main, the natural. Liberators here at the third, the fourth. Losing every single drone, and Nikish is all in. Completely all in at this point. He's moving out with his main army. And this is all he has. It's all he has left. He's gonna make his way into the mineral line, but he had nothing shoots up. The Liberators! There's too much freedom! There's too much freedom. Tanks on the high ground as well. Snipes popping up. Oof. And as the ultras are falling, there's just no replacement for this. GG gets called as Nikish runs out of steam, and ByuN will take game number 1. GG. ByuN does take a lead in the series. Again, Nikish was able to hold his own for a time, but again, he just had such a hard time keeping up with the drop play, especially when we saw the triple drop in the main, then go back to the third, then to the main, just back and forth over and over again. Of course, Nikish having limited anti-air and yeah, was torn apart. With that, GG. GG well played. ByuN takes the lead, and we'll see if ByuN can advance on here and now to the semifinals, or if Nikish can bring it back. Let's go. Let us go. as it looks like game 2 is going to be on El Dorado. Do you need Corruptor as Vipers alone to get rid of the Medevac Liberators? Typically you can get away with Vipers alone. Eventually you can go into Spire play. Like as the game goes longer, you can go into Spire play into like Corruptor, like Brewlord Infester. But Vipers are all you have to rely upon. If you remember, when I was referring to that triple drop, like going back and forth between the bases, that was the same drop that also killed 2 Vipers. Remember, there were 2 Vipers, 2 full NG Vipers in the main. They got sniped early on. That was, yeah, that was that was also kind of like a really brutal moment that did swing things more in favor of the Terran. But here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from Belarus. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Nikic. So yeah, ByuN was able to just capitalize on the fact that he sniped both of those Vipers really early on, and again it meant that there was that much less anti-air to deal with ByuN's drops, to deal with all those medevacs. So it was torn apart. Nikic, I mean. But here we go, getting into game 2. Here on El Dorado, I'm curious to see how our players do approach this. Again, we have seen many a Terran player even mine through these patches, rush into the goal base, and use this goal base as the basis, as the foundation of a 3-base all-in. Of just going for an 8 racks, of having a boosted economy as well. It can hit very hard and very strong. We'll see if ByuN is one to embrace that. He could even go for the base on the other side as well. Otherwise, we can just take these normal bases and go for a longer game state instead. ByuN has options. So does Nikic. Again, El Dorado does feature the gold base as the gold center base as well, which could be taken advantage of. Otherwise, could just expand away from each other as well. You can approach this map in a different way. As we get past the Tuna. Beautiful. Moving out across the map. Reaper dips into the natural. Oh! Okay, doesn't get the drone. I almost spoke too soon. Drone under fire. Reaper gets a ling. But the Queen does arrive, and with that, Nikic will hold. Just zoning the Reaper away. Likewise, also very important that ByuN does maintain control of this. Oh my god, it takes a lot of hits. And will barely escape. I was going to say that he maintains control of this location to make sure that Nikic does not mine through these minerals. But Nikic looks like he's not really too concerned with that. He will back off and most likely will take the linear 3rd base instead. Keep an eye on Nikic. Likewise, ByuN trying to do the same. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC. Yep, on location. We spoke earlier about this gold base, and ByuN, he wants the gold. Does want it. Going for a 3cc into Starport, into potentially Banshee. So standard opener here out of ByuN, outside of how greedy this 3rd base is. And the pressure is now on Nikic to punish this would-be gold. Can he punish? Like, it isn't just that this is a gold base, it's so greedy for ByuN to expand on location. Meanwhile, that is an insanely fast lair. Let's go. Rushing into a fast lair, Roach Warren's on the way, staying on 2 bases, still no 3rd to speak of. Gases are being taken. And it looks like Nikic is planning to go for a Roach Rush, which is where these Banshees can be quite effective. Banshee play, I mean, the reason why they're so common or why they're so standard is that they can keep you safe against Roach aggression. Emphasis on can. As they can slow down Roaches, they can target fire Ravagers and whittle away at the army. We'll see when Nikic does cut worker production. Taking off all gases. Joining up. And there it is. Now, I assumed it was going to be like maybe Roach Speed into like a Roach All-In on the ground, or maybe even a German Taxi, but no, it's a Nidus. Let's go. We're going for a Nidus base All-In instead. ByuN is in the dark. Now, he is checking for the expansion. He's checking for the third base. For all ByuN knows, though, the other third could have been taken, the triangular third even. And ByuN is checking. Yeah, the Banshee does dip in, and now ByuN, he knows there's no base. There's no base, and All-In is coming. Now, it could be 2-base Muta, could be 2-base Roach. There we go, Nidus is on the way, and ByuN, he has vision! He sees! No shot! He spots the Nidus, he pulls the boys. And will it finish? Barely it will. Nidus does complete, Roaches are on the way. The base is being charged down, no transfuse! No transfuse in time. The base falls. Sorry, the Nidus falls even. The army is isolated. Backup Nidus finishing up. Will complete. Okay, 9 SCVs so far. But Nikish, he has to go for the main. He has to go for the kill. As this is still not enough damage. There we go. Nidus in the main base so far, undetected. And we can just bounce from one base to the other. Let's go. Send it, Baffy. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. The Nidus will complete. The main base is compromised. What do we have to defend? We have 2 Banshees. We have a handful of Hellions. No bunkers. No tanks. The boys are being pulled. And Nikish, can he break ByuN? Oh, he has the tank. He needs it. Does focus down. Tank goes down. Massive pickup. Tank does fall. There's no cloak. Banshees are being targeted. And Nikish, he's done it. He has done it. GG gets called. And we are going to the ace match. Whew. Oh, my God. GG, well played. Nikish, again, he was able to hide the All-In, but a big reason why this is so hard to scout, specifically on El Dorado, if you remember, it took a long time for ByuN to realize that there was no expansion. Remember, ByuN, he kept scouting the linear third base, but he didn't get to scout the triangular third until the Banshee. And by the time the Banshee saw the third, the Nidus was already on the way. The Nidus was already on the way across the map, so we're getting a really late scout there from ByuN, as of course he did rely on... Oh, hold on. As of course he did rely on that Banshee scout. There was no like scan into the main or scan into the third base. Specifically on El Dorado, you can hide the fact that you haven't expanded just because of the terrain, just because of the map itself. So that was one of the factors. Of course, the other one was, of course, that there was no vision in the corner of the main base. ByuN, he did not see that second Nidus. Even though the first Nidus got up and running in the natural, that was not the end of the game. ByuN, he could have made a stand in the main base and held from there and re-expanded. Remember, ByuN, he had 3 CCs. He had plenty of buildings or plenty of command centers to build up those SCVs, but alas, he had no vision of that second Nidus worm. GG. GG, well played. Whew, we're going to the ace match. And we'll see if ByuN can cause the upset and bring down Nikish, or if Nikish can make it through. Kappa. Kappa. Of course, ByuN is the favorite player to make it at least to the semifinals, maybe even the grand finals. But Nikish, he is posing a big threat here so far. Was able to catch him off guard. Of course, the map was a big factor. Up next, game 3 is going to be on Ultra Love. Ultra Love is going to be coming up next. And unlike the previous map, it is going to be a little bit harder to hide tech and to hide an All-In. It is a relatively small map, so we could still try to commit to aggression. I do favor, or I say favor, I would say that Nikish, his best chance at catching ByuN out of this series and knocking him out of the tournament is going to be with these All-Ins, but it's going to be much more difficult here to hide that and to get away with that here on Ultra Love. So we'll see. We'll see what the plan is going to be here. We'll see how Nikish does approach this. Here we go. Yo, that's crazy. Oh no. I was talking, okay, so a slight yeah, let's we can talk about the bracket here. Just because we have a little bit of downtime, our players are asking for a moment. More than happy to give it to them. But we just got an update here in the chat. Art took down Nightmare 2-0. Art, he already caused an upset. He already caused an upset taking down Shameless, and now he takes down Nightmare as well. I did mention that Nightmare, he has been less active recently. He has been playing less StarCraft. He has been on a break. But despite that, even a Nightmare that's out of form, I would still favor. And Art, he brings him down. Crazy win there from Art. GG, well played. Whew. As I mean, it's a PvP, anything is possible, but yeah, very well done there by Art, because it didn't just take down Nightmare but Shameless as well. big wins. As I believe Art does advance on to the semifinals. For now though, our players are ready and we are jumping into the ace match. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg tying up the series, forcing the ace match. Can he bring it all the way? Can he make it to the semis? Can he cause the upset? It is Nikic. Let's go. Let's go. So we are getting here into that ace match. And again, just to reiterate, the all-in that Nikic had gone for was made more difficult to confirm and more difficult to scout because of the map itself, because of El Dorado. Here, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love, which does have a short rush distance by ground. True, it is a little bit shorter by ground, but the bases are much more defendable. Here we have a ramp coming into the natural. Likewise, we have a choke point coming into the third. You can even knock down this tower to fully wall this location off. So in general, it is much more difficult to be aggressive here, much more difficult to be all in. The rush distance by ground does help, don't get me wrong, but there's still other factors here that work against the aggressing player. Likewise, these narrow choke points in the center as well. We often do see a lot of late game and a lot of split map scenarios on Ultra Love. Does often occur. So we'll see how Nikic will approach this. Does he once again play Roach in a different way? Does he play more standard and get into Lingbane Ultra again like we saw in game 1? Do we see something different? Do we see him go into another fast layer into Mutas, for example? There are options. We'll see. For now, Rax Expand, standard opener here by ByuN. And Nikic back at home, Hatch, Gas Pool, standard opener as well. Nothing crazy in the early game. We'll keep an eye on that layer timing. As Reaper does move out. Reaper does zip in, threading the mineral line. Oh, he wants that drone. Does want it. So far, Nikic, he does pull away in time. So far, good defense. Hasn't lost anything yet. Oh, ByuN, he wants that Ling. He wants it. Doesn't quite get it. Whew, so far, so good. Nikic holds. Zones Reaper away. Nikic will establish his base back at home. ByuN going for a third CC, this time not on location. Again, ByuN, he was even hyper greedy last game, going for it at the third. It was crazy, at the gold even. But this time the third base is in the main. So once again, 3 CC into Starport, 3 CC Banshee out of ByuN. Really, my eyes are on Nikic. Does pull out of gas. Pulls out of gas, Link speed is on the way. No fast lair, not this time. So far, Nikic is settling in. Oh, speaking of fast roaches, there it is. Roach Warren gets thrown down just under the 4-minute mark. The Reaper is going to be shut down. The scout is denied. But last with this, there's no lair, right? There's no fast lair, so it looks like more standard play out of Nikic. I say standard play, like it looks like roaches into a roach opener into the mid game. Into 3-base saturation. Not an all-in like previously. ByuN is in the dark as to what's going on. He has yet to confirm. As we do have those 4 roaches on the way, but again, this should just be for defense. So we can calm things down. We can just drone up. The lair has begun at the 440 mark. So we have our lair. And this can still be aggressive, but it would be a more later form of aggression as the Liberator does arrive to threaten the mineral line. No Banshee this time. Oh, does get one of the queens. Yeah, brutal pick off Haley's. They dive into the mineral line, and Nikish is being torn apart. The queens are going down. The drones are getting roasted, and Nikish is out of position. Where the roaches? The roaches. They're rotating over, but it's too little too late, and this is getting out of hand. This is becoming too much. Oh my god. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. 16 drones go down, and before we can hit the mid-game, it might just all be over here and now, as this is brutal damage. 16 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Workers. Okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay, back. 18 workers towards the end. And back at home, ByuN just getting his third up and running, getting fully operational. And from this position, Nikish, he might just be forced into the all-in. He has a lair, he can start roach speed, he can build up his roaches. There we go, roach speed is on the way. He is going for a bit of a counterattack. We'll see what he can get done. Back at home, tanks are amassing, marines as well. ByuN is ahead, all he has to do is survive. All he has to do is defend. And that's what the tanks are here for. He's building up his tank count. Nikish, he does cut workers at 46, and I think this is one of the only calls here available to Nikish. After losing all of those drones, at this level of play, you cannot macro. You cannot just drone up and try to catch up and get a 4th base. Like, that's not going to happen. So here, Nikish, he's massing up roaches. He's going for a 2-base all-in. This is basically a 2-base all-in here from Nikish. And his hope, the one chance here is that ByuN is too greedy, that ByuN gets like a 4th CC and throws down like 2 more factories and like another armory or something, like that he cuts too many corners and he gets caught off guard. Or if he gets caught unsieged, true. As ByuN doesn't have to move out like this. Is getting more production behind this. He is going to be pushing onto creep. And remember, Nikish, he has not droned in quite some time. He's setting up for the surround. ByuN, in a way, exposing himself. Pushing up to creep. Nikish going for a massive counterattack instead. Oh, he wants to tank. He won't quite get it though. And Deeper does wall up in time. Nikish taking down one of the tanks. Busting into the mineral line. Gets a second tank as well. And ByuN is getting caught out. SCVs are falling. This is some good damage, but he needs more. Needs to get more done. Gets another tank. All the tanks have fallen. SCVs are going down. ByuN is in trouble. Can we do it? Break the 3rd. Can we break the 3rd base? Another tank is going to fall as well in the main. The production's being shut down. And again, the one chance here for Nikish was for ByuN to be aggressive. And he was. But is it enough? ByuN is stemming in. We don't have any more roaches. The army in the main was cleaned up. But ByuN, he holds. Whew. ByuN does hold, but he lost 28 SCVs in the process. That was maybe the best that Nikish could have hoped for. Like, for ByuN to move out like that. For him to be caught with his pants down, that was maybe best case scenario. That was good damage, but still ByuN is still ahead. He's still ahead. Still up in economy. Nikish moving in. Up. Gets another tank. Another tank goes down. Ooh, but alas, there's just too many Marines. Yeah, too many Marines in position. Nikish is not finding a way in. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. Oh, as Nikish is now droning. He's now droning up. It was a late realization of this. Late drones here for Nikish. After the first push, I think he could have gotten away with it. Here, it's quite risky. Here, it's still quite risky. As Nikish, he's hoping, he's praying that ByuN backs off and that ByuN stays at home. And that Nikish is allowed to get a 4th base and somewhat drone. Scan reveals the 3rd, reveals the army. And here comes ByuN. Yeah, ByuN is not going to take this line down. He's moving out, and Nikish is vulnerable. And he can't afford to lose his 4th base. He can't afford to lose it. Nikish, he does not spot the drop. He doesn't see it coming. He's in position at the 3rd. And ByuN, does he go for the 4th? Does he dive into the natural? He's just going straight for, oh my god, he's just going straight for the natural. He dives in. couple of workers are going down. Trades with the roaches. Not a bad trade here from ByuN. And he's just rallying in. He just rallies across the map, going for a pseudo base trade. ByuN going for the third, dropping into the main. Likewise, Nikish across the map as well. The base trade is maybe Nikish's only chance, but even then, ByuN's army is just so much faster. Oh, everybody's taking a lot of hits. Roaches, they take over the third. They shut down some of the production. And Nikish, can he defend back at home? Can he hold? Deflects the drops. ByuN's main army doesn't really gain any ground. Nikish massing up more Roach Ravager. Can he surround this army? Not quite. Like, if Nikish, if he ran back home with this army, then maybe. Still trading, though. Not bad. Oh! He gets a tank. Barely does get it. The had a cost. Still rough trades here for Nikish. Yeah, still rough trades. Once again being forced back. ByuN is supply blocked. Can't make anything. Still out trading the roaches. Nikish, he responds. He moves out with everything he has. Okay, he thinks about it. It does reinforce. ByuN still not moving in. Nikish, he commits. He has the high ground. Tank is exposed, and he wants it. The boys are being pulled. The tank does get targeted. ByuN doesn't turn around. He is. Yeah, he's turning back around. More SCVs are falling. If the Ravagers were here, then maybe we could be a little bit more successful. It's an expensive trade for Nikish. Very expensive. He's lost 70 roaches so far this game, and here comes the push, and this is a terrifying army. Nikish, he needs ByuN to turn around. Oh, the fungals! Oh no! One infestor goes down. Massive pickup. He's got 2 infestors left. Sorry, 4 infestors left. Oh, this is a terrifying army, though. There's still so much bio. 3 tanks. The fungals, they need to connect, and even then... And then it's not going to be easy. Gets 1 tank. 1 tank goes down. There's 2 tanks left. 1 barely standing. You can see Nikish was trying to snipe that tank. Cheeky moves. ByuN still reinforcing. A 3rd tank has arrived. Third tank for ByuN. Nikish trying to dive in. We'll get 1 more. Bleeding out queens, though. Rough losses. Getting 1 more tank. But the bio army is still a problem. We need those fungals. He gets another infestor. He gets 1. He gets almost 2 more. Decent trade here from Nikish. Decent trade. At the same time, ByuN, he dives in, gets into the mid-range. Drone's going to be going down. Oh, and that's going to be it for the economy for Nikish. Losing everything. 18 SCV equals at the same time. Roaches across the map. 20 SCVs. Yo. 20 SCVs going. He's crazy. He's cracked. Oh my god. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I was going to say 3 infestors. No. He's down to 2. Sorry, down to 4. Losing another infestor as well. These are brutal losses. Brutal losses here for Nikish. These infestors, they're so valuable. He's going for the base. Going for the expansion. He gets it. The hatchery goes down. Spiles don't connect. Back at home, ByuN, he's got 2 tanks. He's got 2 tanks back at home. He's got a hefty amount of marauders. How many infestors? 4. 4 infestors. 2 fungals. The other 2, they still have to regenerate their energy. They need more time. Army a little bit out of position. He gets 1 tank. Takes down 1 tank. He's got a couple of fungals left. ByuN will chase. Catching up more roaches. Still waiting for another fungal. And not enough roaches. Yeah, there's not enough here. was an okay fungal, but Nikish, he's running out of steam. He's just running out of army. If he had saved the expansion, then maybe he could sustain himself. But this entire time, ByuN has been muling. He's been rebuilding those SCVs. 4th CC is done. It was a good effort. Like Nikish, he fought his heart out. It was a rough start. Remember, this game started with 16 drones dying to a Hellion run by. Remember that. It's like Nikish, he was dead in the water at the start of this game. And he clawed his way back in. Tenacious, papi. Let's go. Like, it was a rough start. Good. And then all ByuN had to do was defend, if you recall, and ByuN didn't. He got caught out. And then we got scrappy. We go back and forth. But last Nikish, he barely has an army anymore. He barely has an army. Let out too many units. Fungal's gonna be going up, but there's no follow-up. ByuN can just take the Fungals in the face. He's fine. He likes it. He likes the Fungals. And with that, GG gets called. ByuN, he breaks on through him. ByuN will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew, GG, well played, ByuN. He survives Nikish. He does survive, does take it in the end, does advance on. But a shout out to Nikish because, again, things were looking very bleak there for Nikish at the start of the game, losing all those workers, falling behind. If you recall, he was forced into an all-in, basically. Like, he had to all-in from being that far behind. And Nikish, he played well for himself. He was able to, I mean, he almost caused an upset. He almost brought ByuN down. It was a very, very shaky back and forth. And in the end, GG, well played. ByuN does advance on, and now we are getting ready for our semi-finals. Let's go. We're getting ready for those semis. As we do have some updates in the brackets. Un momento. Just need a moment to set things up. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Of course, congratulations to ByuN, and shout out to Nikish. Again, big shout out to Nikish. He played very well here in this series against ByuN. He's actually looking at the replay right now. Looking at the replay. I don't blame him. Don't blame him. Fought well. GG. And that leads us into our next series. Into our PvP. Let's go. Into our Protoss versus Protoss. Our first one of the night. As you can see here, we have our PvP. Trigger took down Gerald at 2-1. Went to the ace match, went all the way to game 3. A very close, very clutch series. I did expect that to be back and forth between Trigger and Gerald. In the end, Trigger does advance on. Art took down Nightmare. We mentioned this before. A big upset. Art bringing down Nightmare. Nightmare, who was favored to make it at least to the semifinals. He was favored to have a deep run in this tournament, but Nightmare, he's knocked out. And we have Trigger versus Art in the first semis of the tournament. Let's go. When it comes to ByuN series, we'll get there. ByuN is going to have some time to rest, to recover, to recuperate. He's going to need to after that crazy back and forth. So ByuN, he can rest up. And we'll be jumping into that upper semis after this series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player. It is Art. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player representing Basilisk from Atlantic, Canada, living in the land of South Korea. It is a Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. As we have a couple of moments here to predict on who you think will advance on. Now, on the one hand, I would say Trigger. Trigger, he is the heavy favorite to make it to the grand finals, 100%. Even against Nightmare, I would have said that Trigger was favored. But, you know who else was favored? Against Art? Everyone. Shameless was favored. Art, Nightmare was favored as well. And they both fell. They both fell at the hands of Art. So I cannot count him out. I don't know what happened in those series. I don't know what happened in those matches. I don't know how Art did it. But he did. He brought down some big names already here in this tournament. Can he keep going? I want to believe he can. I want to believe that we can make a series out of this. For now, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Art. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of Trigger. So far, so good. Go. Why we chose not to PvP all night? Because we knew we would get there in the end. We knew, Pappy. We knew. We got there. But here we go. Our probe scouts are coming in. Both players going to be dipping into the main bases, getting eyes on the placement of the second and third pylon, just making sure everything is as it should be. We have the second pylon in the main base for Trigger, likewise second pylon in the main for Art as well. So both players confirmed that there is no proxy. Is no proxy pylon. As we have our initial units of choice, going to be Stalker Sentry here out of Art, likewise Trigger going Stalker Sentry as well. Mirrored builds, 2-gate opener, Stalker Sentry, standard setups here. The reason why Stalker Sentry is kind of the go-to is because it does keep us safe early on and gives you a lot of scouting potential, especially with the most recent change, with the recent NG overcharge. It means you have that much energy to work with for those hallucinations. So it is the go-to. Speaking of, there it is. First hallucination is moving out. Trigger does get the faster expansion. It's going to be a Nexus first. 2-gate opener into our Nexus. Art going for the same. Later by a couple of seconds, but not too much. So a slightly later expansion. Hallucination dips in, gets eyes on the base, confirms that there is no crazy one base all in, and confirms that there's no crazy early tech. Not uncommon to go for like a Stargate or a Robo before expanding, so Trigger does confirm, and likewise Art is doing the same. So he does rotate in, gets eyes on the tech. Going to be a Twilight Council opener here, or Twilight Council as the tech of choice for Trigger. Same can be said for Art. So far both players are keeping up with each other. I mean, they're playing the most kind of standard setup here in PvP. Oh! Diving on the sentry. Nice control. Trigger, he pulls away in time, saves the sentry. Saves the Stalker as well. Trigger, he does out-trade Art, takes down the Stalker. Very nicely done. As Trigger holds. Trigger does hold. The PvP boredom have begun. Oh, don't clown in the chat. You're an animal. PvP is a lot of fun. Again, if you've been watching, I mean, we cast PvP all the time here on the channel, but especially when it comes to more aggressive and more assertive styles, especially when the Korean protesters are involved, and even Trigger as well, we do often get very dynamic PvPs. So far, I can say that, I mean, things are looking pretty standard for the time being. Proxy pylon gets found, is going to be shut down. But I always enjoy me some PvP. I think it might be my favorite mirror matchup to cast. I think. It does depend on the players, though. 100%. Does depend on the players. For now, Blink is on the way. We have Blink from both Trigger and Art. Likewise, 2-gate follow-up. Interesting. So Trigger's going to be expanding and getting his third base. Art, he delays his third in favor of extra gateways. So Art, he will have a larger army. Larger army is coming up. PvP, now the real tournament begins. True, true. Unironically, if you don't enjoy PvP, then you don't enjoy watching StarCraft tournaments, because that's all we have. Not wrong, not wrong. If you don't enjoy PvP, then you don't enjoy the Water TV Mondays, Monday Night Weeklies, Sparkling Tuna Cup, Pegasaur Mondays. True. Then you just don't enjoy StarCraft. Trigger, he does engage here behind this. No shield batteries, bear that in mind. Art, he's going to be reinforcing. And Art is committing. He's committing into a 2-base all-in. I mentioned before that Art, he delayed his third. He did delay his third. He never got it. He never got the third base. Warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. Trigger trying to hold on. Shield battery still on the way. Immortal has arrived. And as time goes on, it's getting better and better for Trigger. Remember, Art, he's all in. Trying to break through. Oh, so far Trigger does link away. Does wing back. He's got 3 shield bars behind this. Now a second Immortal as well. And Trigger, he's that much more secure. He's that much more secure. And at this point, Art, he can't expand. He can't expand anymore. He's committed. He has to. Oh, again being forced back. Trigger getting into his third immortal. Look at the instab here. I mean, Art, he has double the Stalker counts. But the immortals, they make up for that. Did you make up for it? I'm loving the hallucination as well. So far going for the dive. Gets one immortal. He gets one. No, he wastes a shot. Gets a hallucination. And with that, he's going to be losing everything here. So many Stalkers go down. Trigger, he will punish the immortal. He's immortal. He lives. And Trigger holds. He shuts down the army. That was how many? That was 16 Stalkers going down for two. For two Stalkers. 3 even. The trades are crazy. The efficiency. Trigger forces back. God, I mean, again, that's the power of the immortal, right? You might be down in Stalkers, but with a handful of immortals, you can make up for that so well. And now we have the reinforcers. Now we have the surround. GG gets called, and Trigger, he will survive. He will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Trigger, he will take a lead in the series. And again, thankfully, Trigger, he was able to respond in time. He did recognize that there was no expansion. Had plenty of shield batteries, the immortals as well. And again, you saw the trades. You saw that it was, what, 18 Stalkers towards the end for 3 Stalkers and 2 immortals. It was crazy. And with that, Trigger is now 1 game away from the grand finals. 1 game away. And the pressure's on Art. Things are looking a little bit rough here. I mean, again, it's a best of 3, not a best of 5, so a shorter series. But I want to believe in the power of Art. Let's go. So we are jumping into that second game. Art is a player that can peak really high, I've always found. I mean, Art, he's like a veteran. He's a veteran of the scene, and he can always fight back. I think it was 2 months ago in Firegrow Cup number... It was either number 5 or number 6, where a similar thing happened, where in the group stage, I did kind of write Art off, and he popped off. I want to say that it was in that month where he defeated Young Yakov. Like, Art, he took down some big names in the CIS region. Names that I would consider to be more favored than Art, and yeah, he did well for himself. Less so this month. I don't think Art is as consistent, unfortunately, but he definitely has some really strong moments. Definitely has some really strong moments. He can turn it on, Pappy. Turn it on. Here we go. So we're jumping into game 2. Game 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our red Protoss player. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Art. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the pink Protoss player, the Canadian Protoss representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Trigger. Here we go. We are jumping in, and welcome one and all to a very different map. Welcome to Ultra Love, which has a ramp coming into the natural. What does this mean? This means that Trigger, he is tempted, I mean all players are, to go for a gate into Cybercore into a faster expansion. We're setting up here on the low ground. This is the standard approach on a map like Ultra Love, El Dorado as well. If a map has a ramp coming into the natural, it is standard and meta to go for something more economic instead. It is safe to do so. Meanwhile, Art does the opposite. He sets up on the high ground instead, which means Art could go for a 2-gate opener. If he does, and he does, by the way, we can move out and set up a proxy. This could be the beginning of a 1-base all-in. As Trigger is opening up. Actually, never mind. Trigger opening up 2-gate as well. It is a little bit more of a different opener here with the gateways on the low ground, but a very safe opener nonetheless. Oh boy. So Art is moving in. Cybercore gets thrown down before the expand. And oh no, he's being baited! Art, not like this! Okay, so first things first, Art, he didn't scout, and as I mentioned, Art opening up on the high ground here means typically 1-base all-in, or we have the potential for a proxy and for a 1-base all-in, and Art is going for it, but Trigger, he's going for a very safe opener here. 2 gates into potentially tech first. He's scouting as well. Trigger's checking, checks the third base, rotates over, and does he find the proxy? It is going to be a robo. It is the one base all in. Trigger, he finds the probe. Very suspect. Very suspect here. He finds the probe, yep, and he will check, and he will confirm. He knows. He does scout the proxy. Stalkers, they're already on the way, and he could even try to depower that robo. Could try to depower. Adepts being rallied across the map. Adepts are being rallied. And Art still has no idea. He still hasn't checked. He doesn't know what he's moving into. Doesn't know what he's pushing into here. That's Trigger. He's going for the pylon. Adepts, they try to respond. Stalkers have arrived. Oh, they body blocked the probe. Oh my god. He can't make the pylon. It's stuck. Yeah, he's just gonna be targeted down. The probe falls. The pylon as well. Depowers the robo. Denies the immortal. And back at home, Trigger, he fully walls off. He has a full wall. Adepts, they do nothing. And Art, he's being completely shut down. Again, the mind games. Oh, I say mind games. Really, the metagame. The metagaming here out of Trigger. As he gambled, like Trigger, he was hoping that Art was going to all-in him. So he just went for a 2-gate opener himself. Crazy. Crazy bad. Behind this, immortal production has begun for Trigger. Getting a third gate as well. The robo is repowered. True. 2 more pylons. It's back up and running. Trigger, he does rotate, trying to catch reinforcements. Art, he's still committed. And Trigger, he's going to hope to even force a recall. As he does wander across the map. Dipping into the main. Going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. I mean, Art, he was already all in, but now he's that much more committed here as he has no economy to sustain himself. It's going to be that much weaker here. And there's the recall. 10 probe kills. And Trigger, he commits. Oh, a bit of a later recall. He will save 1 Stalker. Barely 2. Barely 2 Stalkers make it out. Likewise, Art, because the recall is out of position. Trigger, he can try to go for the pylons. Oh, oh god. He wants a prism. He wants it. It's so close. It's so low. Calm down. Prism does escape. Trigger, he commits across the map into the mineral line. Well, Trigger trying to keep up. The main army has arrived. Knocks down the pylon. Adepts taking shade in. On Trigger, he does hit the mineral line as well at the same time. Arthur gaining ground. Knocks down the pylon, going for the gateways. Back at home, down to 9 probes. Recall's on cooldown for both players. Recall is on cooldown. 2 gateways are about to be depowered. Trigger, he's down to 1 gate. 1 gate, 1 robo. Trigger gets supply blocked. And not, he has a larger army. The force fields though. 3 shield batteries on the way, 4 in total. Does commit to the shade. We're out of range. Yeah, he's barely out of range. 1 immortal goes down. Massive pickoff. Down to 1. 1 immortal left. Again, Trigger is barely holding on. Force fields, they lock down the immortal. It's going to be targeted. And Trigger, he's in trouble. He has to pull the boys. The immortal goes down. He's still across the map. We need him. We need everything to defend. And it's Arch, he's trying to commit, but he's running out of steam as well. Down to 1 immortal, 1 stalker, 2 sentries. And GG gets called. Trigger, he holds, and Trigger will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, Trigger working with the reputation of the map. Instead of going for an economic opener, he went for a very safe, borderline aggressive opener, going double gate. Meanwhile, Art was blindly going for a 1-base all-in, hoping that Trigger had gone for something more economic. Alas, he didn't. Alas, he did not. With that Trigger, he was able to catch his opponent with his pants down instead, despite the all-in that was attempted. And Trigger does make it to the grand finals. Congratulations! And a shout out to Art, because even though he didn't make it any further, even though he only made it here to the semis, still a very strong performance. Art, he took down Nightmare, he took down Shameless as well. Some big wins out of Art. And even here in Game 1 and Game 2, it was still some very intense games against Trigger. It was an easy hold there, easy defense from Trigger whatsoever. GG. GG. And with that, we have our first finalist, and we're here to find out who is going to be our second player to join Trigger in those grand finals. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? As exclamation mark me in the chat if you guys want to have a look back at yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on what has been going on. There it is. Again, Krystianer took down Jumy. We casted ByuN taking down Nikic, and we have Krystianer versus ByuN in the upper semi-finals. Let's go. As we are nearing the end of the broadcast, we have 2 matches left. We have the upper semis and then the grand finals thereafter. Let's go. Let's go. As we are getting ready. Likewise, before the finals, we also have a raffle to get into. We'll get there, don't you worry. But there's going to be a raffle as well, as we do every single week. For those that are curious, a raffle, what do you mean? Well, we do have a random participation raffle that we do host every single Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's just a way to spread the love. Basically, at the moment, our tournament is very top-heavy. Only top 2 get paid out, but we are hoping to change that soon with our Patreon. I mean, if you want to help support the tournament, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon is a way to help fund the event and grow the prize pool as well. But a way for us to spread the love is with a random participation bonus here to anyone that did compete here tonight. You have to have competed. You can't have just signed up. If you did forfeit your match, then you are ineligible from the random raffle. So any of these players, it could even be a finalist like Trigger, or it could be someone that got knocked out in the first round, like Atrox instead. So again, there is a way to earn money here, even if you didn't make it to the finals. Is a way. And we'll get there. We'll get there after the semis. We will get there. Otherwise, just catching up. Give me more cannons. Ah, Smurge. No cannon rush. Polish shot or Russian? Russian not. But for now, we will be going on a short break. For now, we're going to be going on a short break here. Short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have our upper semis. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back as we are jumping into our semifinals here, our second semifinals of the tournament of the broadcast. We have our Terran and our Protoss. No PvPs here. No PvPs here in the upper semis. We'll see if we can deny that from happening in the grand finals. We'll see. So jumping into game 1, it's going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are underway. And we have a rematch. We have a rematch coming up ahead of us here. For those that are curious, I believe Krystianer and ByuN, did they play during the, was it the Little League Cup qualifiers? Hold on, I have to check. I have to double check at this point. But there is history between these two players, and we actually have seen, despite the fact that, of course, our Terran player here, ByuN, has a lot of star power. He has a lot of star power behind him. You know, he's an ex-world champion, an ex-GSL. I mean, he's got a lot of titles under his belt, I should say. A very accomplished player, a legend player in StarCraft. So he does have a legend behind him. Despite that, Krystianer has been on the rise. He has been on the rise here over the past year, especially in 2024. He has risen through the ranks of the European region and gained a lot of skill as a result. And yeah, when it comes to these two facing off, they did face off earlier here in January. And I'm quickly double checking. Yeah, there it is. Little League Cup qualifiers. We were lucky enough to cast that event, and Krystianer did take down ByuN 2-0. He did 2-0 ByuN in the Little League Cup qualifiers. It was shortly thereafter in the Water TV Monday that ByuN got his revenge, but it did go to the ace match. It did go all the way to game 3. So Krystianer has been looking quite good as of late. Against ByuN, I mean in PvT in general. For Krystianer to 2-0 ByuN initially, and to end up in a tied score against ByuN a couple of weeks later, does bode well to a longer series. I'm hoping for a game 3. I'm hoping for an ace match. We'll see. As ByuN, he will find the probe. We'll shut it down. Nice catch behind this ByuN. Double gas opener, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. Just making sure he's safe, making sure he's secure. So far, so good. ByuN is setting up. Likewise, Krystianer across the map. Soon to be embracing his own take of choice. We've been casting a lot of Stargate play in TVP as of late, but a lot of that is because we've been casting a lot of Classic. Classic is very fond of Stargate openers and Stargate play in general here in PvT. I would imagine we're going to be seeing a Twilight Council instead. There it is. Twilight Council is on the way. Working towards Blink. And we'll see how many gateways Krystianer does throw down. Do we see 2, 3, or even 4 Gate Blink Stalker? Until then, ByuN, he does make his way across the map. Krystianer, he's keeping up, he's holding on. He's holding on. Now ByuN does pull away. So far, Krystianer just fully walling off. For the time being, he should be canceling with these gateways, but just trying to keep up with the aggression. Stalkers in the main, wall off here at the natural. So far, Krystianer, he does hold. Doesn't take any losses. See if ByuN can change that. Now moving out. We have the double wood mine drop here towards the main. Reaper Hellion towards the natural. The gateway was cancelled, now being rebuilt. Krystianer is in position. So far, so good. It does zone ByuN away. And ByuN, he doesn't find his way into the natural. Not yet. Now being forced back. Now Krystianer is holding. Likewise behind this, ByuN just saturating his his natural. Building up his main. Getting to his own tank production. And we're settling in. Settling in. I guess what's important here is that ByuN, he hasn't really committed into anything. He has aggression, don't get me wrong, he has ways to harass, but he hasn't gone in yet. He's respected the setup here of Krystianer. He hasn't tried to force the issue. Does back up. So Krystianer moves out. Poking in towards that natural. Likewise, as he moves out, ByuN moves in. Not bad, getting 2 probes. 2 workers going down. Windmine Drop still has yet to dive in. Ravens towards the natural. He's pulling Krystianer apart, getting 5 probe kills so far. Oh, did I say 5? Up to 6? Up to 7? Barely not. 6 probes. There we go, 7 towards the end. Nice damage. At the same time, Krystianer is pressured to move in. Gets 1 SCV. ByuN comes out ahead. Comes out with a better trade, I should say. Throwing away his Reaper Hellion for 9 workers. Crazy damage. Third CC's on the way. ByuN not going for a 2-base all-in. Cashes the Observer. Doing well for himself. And ByuN, he will soon move out. Just waiting for his upgrades. Waiting for Stim. Waiting for combat shields. And then he can push. Oh, diving in the army. Krystianer will lose 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker goes down. ByuN on the chase. Moves out with everything else. Back turn. Krystianer just throwing down a plethora of gateways. Working towards charge. Once again, ByuN trying to pull him apart. Krystianer catching a medevac, not bad. Does slow him down, but still a terrifying push. Spinning rotates towards the left. Chop on the right. So far, Krystianer shaving off a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines go down. He gets eyes on the drop as well. Zones ByuN away. ByuN is being zoned back. Drop into the main. His other tanks are exposed. And Krystianer shuts down the main army. Recalls into the main base. Is keeping up with the drop. And so far, no major economic damage. So far, he's holding. Oof, did I speak too soon, though? As Krystianer shuts down both drops. Oh my god, Krystianer, calm down. Deflects the main army, shuts down the double drop, denies the drop into the main, and Krystianer, he holds. He holds, takes a supply lead, starts moving out. ByuN's still trying to be active, still being aggressive, but back at home, what does he have to defend? Not much. There's not much at home. Krystianer, he knows he has momentum. Boy's being forced to pull away. At the same time, recall is on cooldown. ByuN's moving in. Do we have a warp in? Do we have anything back at home? As Krystianer takes a massive knife to the face. Does take the mine shots. And cannon's going to go down. Workers as well. ByuN is buying time, distracting Krystianer. Back at home. Can he hold on though? Some mine connections. Yeah, boys are being pulled once again. Nice force fields. Krystianer forced to back up. His forced retreat is losing too much. 19 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. The main army gets caught as well. And Krystianer is being pulled apart. Does get 13 SCVs. Did deny the base. But still rough trades. It's still better for the Terran. Krystianer is going to lose almost everything here. He was doing well for himself, but that drop into the main, it did so much. It didn't just kill 19 workers, but it was distracting Krystianer. Did draw away his attention. And he is barely not going to be able to take this fight. Reinforcements have arrived, soldiers have to respect this. Have to back up. Now, ByuN, he is still on 2 bases. I believe the third CC, was it killed? Was killed, true. Third base did go down, so Krystianer, he doesn't have to push in. He can try to just back off and stabilize on 3 bases. Easier said than done. But really, the onus is on ByuN to keep pushing. We have 1 shield battery so far. As ByuN moves out, Zealots, they do catch reinforcements. Catching a couple of Marines. Not bad. Ooh, but the production, it's a bit much. Colossus has been rebuilt. Let's go. And the Colossus is back. Nice force fields. Zoning back the army. Zealots come in from behind. Forcing friendly fire. Krystianer, once again, he does shut down the army. Chases down the medevacs. Very nice pickoffs. ByuN, once again, he loses map control. Now, as a reminder, Krystianer, he doesn't have to push into this. That one Raven, though. How many kills? 15. 15 SCVs. But Krystianer, he just has to calm down, get a 4th base. Slow things down, Papi. That's it. As ByuN, he's the one that's getting desperate here. Now getting his 3rd base, being built up on location. I mean, this army's still terrifying. Ghost Academy's on the way. Krystianer building up, getting a 2nd Colossus. Thermal Lance on the way as well. Throughout all this, had no range. Now, once ByuN gets his 3rd base up running, things can become more terrifying here, just because of his SCV count, right? Like, his SCV count is still very healthy. His long distance mining for now, but soon that won't be the case. Krystianer, he does need more splash damage. Likewise, Zealots get across the map. Not bad. Getting 4 SCVs. 7 SCVs even. Triple drop into the main. Once again, the main base is exposed. We've seen this before. This time there's not enough energy for a recall either. I'm concerned. Here comes that drop. Likewise, ByuN pushing on the right-hand side. His goal here is the 4th. His goal here is to knock down the 4th base. And Krystianer, can he hold? Can he survive? Ooh, gets a full medevac. Full medevac goes down. Recall's available. But the army's on the base. Colossus trying to respond. ByuN sims in. Doesn't get it, but he does settle for the expansion. And once again, the drop play is just pulling Krystianer apart. Like, these drops have been winning ByuN this game. He gets 16 probes. He cripples the economy, and now ByuN takes the lead. Now ByuN, he has a full 3rd base, fully operational. Ghosts have arrived as well. And things are looking that much bleaker here for Krystianer. As he lost his entire expansion, the base and the mineral line. Likewise, the drops, they get away. Do get away here. Getting to the mineral line, getting 5 more probes. Nice pushing in. Nice force fields. Oh, the EMPs are brutal though. EMPs on the Zealots, boys are being pulled. First Colossus is going to be targeted down. He gets 1 and he gets the other as well. Yeah, both Colossus fall. Massive pickoffs. Krystianer, he traded as best he can, but behind this, the drop play continues. And GG gets called. ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, that initial triple drop into the main base was insane. He killed so many workers, did distract Krystianer so hard as well, and yeah, with that, ByuN, he survives. He does take the first game. Not an easy one, though. Not an easy one at all. Very, very intense, very back and forth. I mean, again, there were really strong moments for Krystianer as well, and we'll see if we can bring it back. We'll see if we can force that ace match. Personally, I'm hoping we can. I'm hoping we can go all the way to game 3, but the pressure is now on Krystianer. So we're getting into ley lines. Let's go. So we're loading into ley lines. The Raven is the MVP. True, I mean, whether it's the Raven harass or the drop play, both did very well. I remember when Idra was the original Sparkling Tuna champ. Ah. Oh no. I remember when ByuN was... True, ByuN, he did win, like, he was our first champion. For a long time, ByuN had the most Sparkling Tunas under his belt. You're not wrong. Not wrong. It was the case. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines. We have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Offside Esports, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force that ace match. It is Krystianer. We go. So we are going to be moving out. ByuN this time, moving out across the map, going for the, I would imagine, the eBay block here at the natural. eBay is on the way, trying to force the unnatural natural out of Krystianer. Again, I feel like ByuN's big advantage here in this series, and against specifically his opponent, is his speed, is his multitasking, whether it's with drop play, Raven harass, Reaper harass as well, which is why I was very impressed with Krystianer's initial defense. If you remember, Krystianer, he was in 3 places at once. It was crazy. He deflected the drop in the main, he shut down the double drop on the right hand side, and he deflected the main army as well. Like, it was a crazy defense out of Krystianer. It was very impressive. We need to do that again. So now the natural is delayed. Now ByuN is getting a CC in his main. He's just playing it safe. More economic opener this time out of ByuN. So CC into a factory. As opposed to game 1, which was, of course, double gas. So much more economic this time. ByuN is calming down. But yeah, for a long time, ByuN had the most Sparkling Tuna wins until Krystianer took that away from him. True. ByuN was the Sparkling Tuna, and Krystianer, since then, has been more active and has won the most events since then. He's won the most. Let's have a look here. So ByuN, he has 8 Sparkling Tunas. He's won 8 Sparkling Tuna Cups throughout the course of his career, throughout the course of the history of Sparkling Tuna. Krystianer has 16. Double the amount of wins. But Krystianer is number 1 and ByuN is number 2. Like, that's the gap between the two of them. The gap between first and second. Followed by Gerald. Gerald has 7. Has 7 wins. I'm going to say followed by Gerald. There's actually a 2-way tie between Gerald and Nightmare. Both have the same amount of wins. But there's a reason why we call Krystianer the Sparkling Tuna. He's sparkling. ByuN is now taking his natural. Setting up for a mine drop across the map. Likewise, Krystianer once again going to be opening up Twilight Council into Blink. So Blink-based opener here by Krystianer. Throwing down his second gateway. 2-gate Blink for the time being. We're waiting for the third as ByuN moves out. Does move out. Diving into the mineral line. Up. So far, Krystianer pulls away in time. Despite that, oh, the retargeting is brutal and does delay the shot by so long. It's going to be 1 probe going down. Second drop into the main. Up. He wants the probes. He wants them. Doesn't quite get them, though. Yeah, it does drop, does unload. So far, it just gets 3 in total. Pull away. Whew. Okay, and so far Krystianer, he holds. He holds, he does defend. Raven is back. Has returned. And we'll see if Krystianer can tighten up his defenses this time. See if he can. Krystianer being somewhat active here, getting a third behind this. Pushing forward, takes a tank shot to the face. Doesn't quite make his way in. Third base getting saturated, and Krystianer, he's just taking up. Going for the Forge, the Bay, Colossus production. So just 2-gate blink into a third base. This time a much more economic build here by Krystianer. Less aggressive, less assertive. From here, we are building up. Gonna be building back up. ByuN, once again, once he has his upgrades, he should be pushing. Waiting for stim and combat shields. Medevac's on the way as well. And we'll see if ByuN is as successful with his drop play. It can be so frustrating to deal with, as your anti-air is quite limited. I'm sure you have Stalkers, that is true. But with other Stargates, then it's difficult to deal with the Raven, for example, or this Medevac even as well. Just forcing Krystianer to keep supply pinned back at home. Get some Marine. A couple of Marines even. A couple of Marines go down. Here comes the Raven into the main. Alas, the pylon did confirm. Krystianer, this time he's all over this. I say that's still bleeding out 2 more probes. 3 more probes even. 3 probes going down. Double drop here towards the natural. Krystianer, he does notice. He tries to respond. Let's have some Stalkers in position. Despite that, Stalkers are going down. Does pull away in time. Colossus does arrive. And Krystianer, he should defend. Oh, still though, bleeding out so many Stalkers. Oh my god. Goes to the dive. He wants a Colossus. He won't quite get it though. Still though, better trade for ByuN. Rallying across the map towards that third base. Krystianer diving on the tanks. Oh, brutal tank shots. He gets one. One tank goes down. Second tank as well. Colossus gets targeted. Ay, ay, ay. The Colossus falls. Krystianer does hold, but bleeding out the Colossus was brutal. I would still say a better trade for ByuN. They lose 2 tanks, but again, we're done with tank production. We're done with the factories. It's all about the Bio, the Marines, the Marauders, the Widow Mines. As we at least survived. Getting a 4th base. Krystianer getting ready here for the Zealot run by. Does move out. Let's move that across the map. Catching out a couple of SCVs. 3 SCVs going down. The main army does push. Thankfully, Krystianer is aware. He does spot this. How does he respond? So there's 1 Colossus on the high ground. No shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery in position. Likewise, does commit across the map. Okay, 12 SCVs. Almost a medevac. ByuN turns around. Krystianer back at him, he defends. Gets a medevac. I mean, good trades. Good trade so far. Still a very chaotic game state. Very tense. But Krystianer is trading well. Up, up. Oh my god. Mindshot does zone away. Another Zealot run right towards the natural. ByuN, he's distracted. Zealots, they slip in. And they do hit the mineral line. SCVs are going down. You get the recall. And this time it's Krystianer who's just all over ByuN. At least trying to be. Takes down 8 SCVs. The Widow Mines as well. From here he pulls back. Throughout all this, Krystianer, he's building up that Colossus count. More and more Colossus on the way. ByuN, he is struggling. And Krystianer's like, yeah, it's not easy, is it? He's like, you try to defend. Ah, not like this. As ByuN, he's going to be stuck at home, building up his ghosts. Once again, that Raven. He just keeps going. How many? 8 so far. Not bad. 8 SCV kills. Disruptor production has begun. Krystianer on 4 bases. This time much more secure. He's up to 3 Colossus. Second Robo. And coming into the mid-game, Krystianer is in a much better position. Getting his own 4th as well. Dark Shrine is on the way. Just a much more comfortable game state here for Krystianer. ByuN, he is contained. Watching you on the TV now, I can see everything. Oh, let's go. Aha. As both armies are building up, Krystianer, he's maxed. How many disruptors? 3. 3 disruptors so far. I believe that's a 3rd robo. Jesus. Getting to a 3rd robo to reinforce. ByuN is still building up. Like Krystianer diving in the army. EMP goes up. Shows those Novas. Oh. It's a 1 Marauder. Nothing major. As the main armies clash, Zelzay busts into the mineral line. For the latter reinforcements. Just 3 SCVs. ByuN is holding. He's holding on. He's holding. He's surviving. Krystianer moving in. Being zoned away. Major connections. Gets a ghost. Takes down a ghost. Colossus are under fire. They're being shut down by the Vikings. Yeah, the Vikings, they're brutal. They down 2 Colossi. There's 1 left. Throughout all that, Zelrambai is deflected. ByuN, he defends. Where's Krystianer? He's holding on as well. Still very tense. Now, as the Colossus count gets lower here, Krystianer, he's that much more reliant on these disruptors, on these Novas. They can be very hit and miss in more ways than one. It's quite risky here. Nova takes down the Widow Mines at least. Vikings falling as well. Zelrambai comes in, but again, ByuN, this time he's ready for it. Time and time again. ByuN is in position. Oh no! Boom. Massive connection. Okay, now it takes 2 Novas to take down a Marauder. I'll take 2 Novas. 1 disruptor goes down. We have, what, 6 more behind this? Catching a ghost. Let's catch a ghost. You know, ByuN getting to 3-3. And here comes the second starport. Second starport, fusion core on the way. ByuN working towards those liberators. He wants that freedom. Needs a little bit more time. Until then, Krystianer's army can do well, but here comes the surrender. No, the flank! Yeah, flank comes in. The panic Novas and the disruptors are going to be shut down completely. We get the full surround, and Krystianer, he will lose everything. The disruptors, they fall one after the other. Ay, ay, ay. He got baited in. No. And that's just too much. That's just too much of a loss here for Krystianer. He was doing so well up until then. He has an economy, he's got the production, he's making 3 more disruptors at a time, but he needs so much more time here to build back up. That was brutal. Krystianer down to 3 disruptors. Not like this. I mean, again, that's the terrifying thing about pushing into the 3rd base here is that you can be flanked from the 4th. That's exactly what happened. And now ByuN's maxed. Now ByuN is maxed out. He's pushing right off the left-hand side. Nova goes off, zoning him away. I mean, decent connections, but it's all about the supply here. And here, the super is not lying. It's not lying, Pappy. The base goes down. Pushing towards the 4th. Got 6 disruptors even. Up to 6 disruptors, but it still may not matter. Good Nova. Oh my god, the Novas! The splits are not there. Yeah, the splits are not there. What's more, massive connections. SCVs are going down. Yo, that's gonna be what? That's just 4 SCVs for the time being. ByuN holds. He defends. But still not the worst fight from Krystianer. Despite that, reinforcements, they just rally in. They take down Robo after Robo. And ByuN still has just an overwhelming army. Oh my god, he still takes all the Novas to the face. But it's still too much to handle. He likes the Novas. It's fine. That's both players down to 60 workers. ByuN continuing his drop play. Now, as we've seen here, Krystianer still has a chance. He's down, what, 50 supply. He can still pull it off here with these Novas in a head-on fight. Unfortunately, it's not a head-on fight. Unfortunately, ByuN making use of that supply, going for just split pushes. Drop into the natural. And there's a crazy army, this time better splits. Oh, by ByuN. Just a supply time for his drops to really pop off. Let's head into the main. Dive into the main base Novas, they just keep zoning back the army. Krystianer just trying to keep up here. More Zella Warpins. But GG gets called. Yeah, he just doesn't have enough. Good luck in the next round, and ByuN, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, Krystianer, he was honestly playing that out really well. It was impressive to see the defense, to see his initial engagement. Yeah, I'm just like... yeah, I'm letting him know. Yeah, Krystianer, he's like, oh, the throw, papi. I told him the surround was heartbreaking. Like, that was the moment. Like, up until that moment, Krystianer, he was playing really well. He was playing really well with the run buys, with defending back at home. His economy was, for the most part, untouched. He was out trading ByuN. And then he pushed in a little bit too far. ByuN came in from behind. He locked down the entire Robo army. Even though some of the Stalkers blinked away, it was the Immortals, the Disruptors completely caught off guard. And GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take it. Krystianer does tap out. And now we have the finals. Now we have the grand finals before us. We have ByuN versus Trigger. Let's go. Let us go. And again, GG well played. Shout out to Krystianer for making it here to the semifinals. And again, even here in the finals against ByuN, did not look bad whatsoever. He had his own strong moments. Even in game 1 as well, we saw it being very scrappy in game 1 between both Krystianer and ByuN. Was not clear cut. If you recall, we mentioned in game 1 about the drop, right? The triple drop into the main and the Raven harass as well. That did allow ByuN to claw his way back in. But regardless, GG. GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready here for the grand finals. But before the grand finals, you know what time it is? It's raffle time. Let's go! Exclamation mark rigged in the chat to get ready for the raffle. Hold on. So we are setting up. And here we go. Just need a moment to prepare. Bam! Ah, there we go. And also we had a pretty large bracket here tonight. We had 26 players, 26 eligible players for the raffle. As a reminder, what is the raffle? It is a participation raffle. If you signed up, if you played in the tournaments, you don't even have to have won your series or advanced on into the later rounds. You are equally eligible for 5 USD. 5 USD here is on the table, and who will walk away 5 USD richer? Who's gonna take it? And hopefully, whoever it is, we have contact with them and we can let them know that we can. I'm referring to some of the other more amateur players here. We shall see as we do randomize and get things ready. And again, the only requisite is that you have to have played your games. If there was a forfeit, if there was a no-show at some point, then you are ineligible for the random raffle. Otherwise, let's go. Let's roll that dice. Of course, I think in the history of the random raffle, I want to say like Demi, he's won like 20 of these or something. It's crazy. Like just the amount of raffles that Demi has won. Demi, it's been a while though since we've seen him. Demi has, of course, the Indian Zerg player. Not here, not this week to rig the brackets, but this week, out of our 26 players. Congratulations to the Korean Protoss player. Congratulations to Lunacy, as Lunacy is going to be this week's random raffle winner. Shout out to the... Oh, that's a lot of Korean Protoss. I mean, Protoss in general. But Lunacy was the random raffle winner. We have Nightmare as the runner-up and Ateshi just behind him. 2 more Korean Protosses. Behind that, we had Azura, we had Hacker top, and we had Arch at the very bottom. Doesn't mean much, but regardless, congratulations to Lunacy. And yeah, does walk away 5 USD richer. GG, Pappy, GG, well played. With that, we can now dive into our grand finals. Dive into our finals here. We can dive into our top 2. It's going to be another TVP. We're hopping over to the Korean server, and we have our vetoes done at this point. Let's go. Vetoes are done. As I do remind them of the formats. Likewise, Match Arena as well. Beautiful. All right, so before I get ahead of myself, if you want to support the event, you can do so a couple different ways. You can do so via Match Arena, !Match Arena in the chat. It should give you a link to the Match Arena page of the tournament. Sparkling Tuna Cup number 79 does give a link, and you can help boost the prize pool yourself. Again, all the money on Match Arena goes directly towards the players, both of our finalists here in ByuN and Trigger. They do get paid out via Match Arena. Otherwise, you can help us grow our tournaments here via Patreon. You can see our Patreon just underneath the random raffle. Our Patreon is designed to grow our tournaments, to increase the prize pool and to pay out more players in the end. That is the goal. I believe our current goal here of 400 USD a month is to actually boost the prize pool to pay out top 4. Currently, it's only top 2. Currently, only top 2 make any money in Sparkling Tuna Cup, but we would love to increase the prize pool a little bit further here to increase it to top 4 instead, to pay out even more players. So that is the goal, that is the hope, as vetoes are done, and we're jumping into game number 1. Let's go. Jumping into game 1. It's going to be on Whispers of Gold, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Terran player. But Lunacy was on the mind. South Korean Terran, the blue Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And you know what time it is. If you're in the chat, it's Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe will be this week's tuna. Who is sparkling? Who is the tuna? Is it going to be Trigger? Is it going to be ByuN? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we settle in. And again, I hope you've all been having a great night here. It's been an intense event so far. And ByuN, even though I would say there's, again, a lot of star power behind ByuN. Did stumble his way into the finals. We had, of course, Nikic popping off and forcing ByuN to the ace match. Even Krystianer had a good showing as well. May have been a 2-0, but definitely some strong opportunities for Krystianer to bring ByuN down. Likewise, Trigger, on the flip side, has been on the rise as of late. He has been improving so much. We did host a show match between Trigger and Estrella at the start of the year to actually try to get a better idea of how Trigger compares to the best player in the Americas. And again, Trigger has been benefiting so much here from being in Korea. For those who do not know, Trigger, he has been in Korea since like June. It's been what, 6, 7, coming up on 8 months? It's crazy. Oh my god. Trigger has been in Korea for a very long time at this point. He actually went alongside Estrella, Future, and Clem. They all went to South Korea together before Esports World Cup. Before EWC, they went to Korea together to boot camp and to train. They rented an Airbnb. They all lived together. They made like a more of a like makeshift team house, if you will, in the month leading into EWC. And clearly it benefited them. I mean, Clem, he's the reigning champion. I mean, he won the event, so it did benefit the players. Clem, he won the event. Estrella, he of course did do well for himself as well, as he was a part of EWC. And Trigger, he's been reaping the benefits over the course of these online events. Unfortunately, Trigger, he wasn't at EWC, so he wasn't able to showcase himself there. But being in Korea, being in that environment, and staying in Korea, I do believe has helped him when it comes to his rate of improvement over the past couple of months. So you've been watching Trigger, you would know that he's been taking down players like Classic, like Hero, like ByuN, like Cure on a more regular basis. It's been impressive to see the growth of Trigger. Has been impressive. Here we go. But now we do have our setup, our 1-1-1. CC on the high ground as ByuN will soon expand. A very safe setup here by ByuN. Does avoid the CC on the low ground. Back at home, we have our tech of choice. Trigger going to be opening up Blink. Could be Blink-based opener here to Trigger as it does move out. It does move out here for a bit of a scout, trying to get a read on what's going on. Playing it likewise very safe as well. As ByuN, he can now expand. I believe ByuN, he did skip his SCV scout. Yes, checking his vision. No SCV scout, no Reaper scout. ByuN has no idea what's going on until now. And that's really what the mind drop is going to be for. The Widow mind drop is not about getting damage done, it's about scouting. I mean, damage would be nice, don't get me wrong. It would be nice to pop off and get like 7+ probe kills, but really it's all about figuring out what's the tech. Is it a Stargate? Is it a Robo? Is it a Twilight Council? How many gateways? How greedy or how aggressive is my opponent being? ByuN is about to find out. As he does boost across the map, we have the Raven follow-up. Again, we've seen that Raven pop off against Krystianer. We'll see how he does against Trigger. Does make his way across the map. I saw the chat. The Tuna's a fish, so we already know who the Tuna is, don't we? True. Captain Tuna himself. Favorite player confirmed. I mean, what more can I say? It's crazy. As ByuN does rotate back into the main. Nicely done, nice rotation. Wouldn't mind does burrow. So far getting up. Nice retargeting. Nice on burrow as well. Alas, we'll get one probe towards the end, but does deny mining for as long as possible. Second with the mine does drop into the natural. And Trigger, he does react in time. So far, minimal losses. Medevac does survive, and ByuN, he does barely make it out, and he has that one Widow mine ready to dive in for a second time, for a second dive. So this will force Trigger to keep some supply back at home. You can see 2 Stalkers in the main, 1 Stalker at the natural. He has to keep some supply here back at home to defend. And likewise, ByuN can now just chill, build himself up. Checking his vision, he now is aware, of course, of the Wing Stalkers. He did scout the 3rd base as well, as this was a more economic build. 2-gate Blink into a 3rd base, into now a gateway explosion. So a very economic setup here by Trigger. Does have a presence on the map, but doesn't quite break in. We have charge on the way, +1. So Trigger, he's intentionally going to be delaying his 4th gas geyser here and delaying his production into splash damage, into Colossus. He will still get there eventually, but until then, going to be relying here on +1, on charge, on a gateway-centric composition instead. Before eventually working on the Bay and then Colossus production, or Storm even. One mine drops in once again. Delays mining. Medevac survives for a second time. Again, this is just a thorn in Trigger's side of both the Medevac and the Raven. Trigger dipping in. He does spot the third CC. He will delay. Nice pickup. Forcing a cancel as well. Very nicely done. Can he do it again? No shot. He can. He can and he will. That's a kill. Oh my god. Oh, that should not have happened. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN slipping up. Is a massive pickup. Now he's committed. He has to move out. ByuN is pushing. And he needs to get some damage done with this. Either break a base or get into a mineral line. So far, catching out the Adepts. Not bad. Going for a double drop. As he has still not rebuilt that third CC. Move out is spotted. Trigger's all over this. Nigel comes back in for the third time. But it's cleaned up. It's cleaned up across the map. ByuN stimming in. There are some reinforcements. Charge is now done. Colossal production is on the way. Nice depowering of the gateways. Our Tosis pylon goes down. We'll delay reinforcements. And ByuN is sneaking up here on the third. Massive tank shot goes off. Nice force fields though. Very nice force field. Just cutting the army in half. Ooh, but the tanks there are so brutal. They punish the stalkers. Drop back into the main base. And we've seen this before. We saw it against Krystianer. We're seeing it here against Trigger, where Trigger is being pulled apart. Their pylons are falling. Stalkers are going down as well. Brutal pickoffs. The Colossus, no, it's exposed. And the Colossus is going to go down. Massive pickoff. ByuN is forced out of the main. Gateways are still depowered. Forced to recall here to the third. Trigger, he's barely holding on. And he will get on top of the tanks. He gets one. He gets one tank. He's barely going to get the second. But these are still some rough trades. And ByuN, he's not stopping. Remember, he's all in. Remember, there is no third base just now starting up. A very late third. He was forced into this commitment, into this counterattack. And Trigger is struggling. He is struggling to hold on. Mine shall say connect. And ByuN just keeps traveling. Just keeps traveling across the map. He's so close to breaking Trigger. Colossus has arrived. Trigger barely forcing back the army. Oh no! Mine shot goes up. Whew. And Trigger, he survives. He's surviving. I mean, this is the army. He's down to 2 Stalkers, a Colossus, and a handful of Zealots. He's barely holding on. ByuN pulls back. His third base almost done. Consolidating his army. He's got double the army supply. He's done well. He's going for another Jumy drop into the main. He's spotted. Up. And the Medevacs, they make it. They make it into the main base. Massive unload. Trigger out of position. Recalls on cooldown. It was just used to save the third. He's trying to keep up. But he cannot. And ByuN, it looks like he has a broken Trigger. Takes down the pylons. Cell run by across the map. Doesn't get much done. Nice trades against the Stalkers as well. Now, Trigger at least has a 4th. He was able to sneak out that expansion, and the base is getting up and running. So Trigger is still in this. But it is looking difficult. As momentum is in favor of ByuN. Oh my god. As once again dives into the main, takes out 1, 2, every single Stalker goes down. And it's just too much. It's just too much at this point. The boys are being pulled away. No shield batteries. The Colossus is exposed. He's going for another dive. He wants a Colossus. He gets it as well. He gets it. The Colossus goes down. And Trigger is just getting torn apart. As he will lose the expansion. Will lose the third. Oh, never mind. Trigger holding on. Still bleeding out some cells, so the Stalkers, they get targeted down. Nice control here by ByuN. So once again, Trigger, he's barely holding, barely treading water. Saves the expansion. He survives. We're okay. As ByuN just has no chill. He backs up for a moment just to reinforce. And now he's going for the fourth. Going for the fourth expansion. Forcing the army to engage. Mine shots pop up. ByuN should get the expansion, but alas, he still wants the army as well. He wants everything. He wants it all. And he can get it. Takes down the fourth, jumping into the main. I believe there is a recall this time, but GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played again. A very intense game 1 here. Trigger had a very strong start, if you recall, canceling and then killing the expansion. Basically, ByuN was forced into an all-in. He was forced into an all-in as ByuN counterattacked, and we saw that Trigger just barely couldn't hold on. A big moment for ByuN was when he pushed. If you remember, he found the first Colossus. He was able to catch the first Colossus at the third base. He stimmed in, he brought it down immediately, and Trigger just had a very hard time just building up and maintaining his army. Maintaining his setup. If you remember, we also saw ByuN snipe and depower the gateways early on as well, which also did, delay reinforcements. And Trigger had a very hard time keeping up. GG. GG, well played. There was a lot of pressure on ByuN to get damage done, and he did it. Pulled it off. Did pull it off. Takes a 1-0 lead. But as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5, not a best of 3, so we have plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. Let's go. As we're getting into game 2, we're going to be loading into Frostline. Let us go. So we are jumping into game 2. Maybe he should. You're like, Pappy, he poked the bear. He did. He did. Here we go, we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss from Canada, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And again, it was a very, very close game. I mean, if we changed like 1 or 2 things here and there, if Trigger was able to save that first Colossus, if he was able to save that first pylon and deny everything from being depowered, small things here and there, and I'm sure he could have held, made a game out of it, even taken it, as ByuN was so committed. He was so committed. Basically all in. Eventually he expanded, don't get me wrong. Eventually he took a third, but that was after the fact. Now we're settling into game 2. Here we go. This Trigger moves in with the scouts. I think Trigger was just too greedy. I think Trigger had the tools to defend, like, quote unquote. It was just really unfortunate that he got caught out. If you mean greedy in the sense that, lack of stacked defense after killing the third base, I think I would agree with that. If I'm not mistaken, I believe there wasn't a shield battery at the third, but like even like a shield battery here and there, or a little bit more investment into stacked defense after gaining a lead, I think I would agree in that sense that maybe that that sense of urgency needs to be there for Trigger. Just because he was ahead, right? Like, I feel like after you kill the third, after you kill an expansion, mate, you gotta be like, okay, we need to calm down. we're ahead. We just have to survive. Just live, Bobby. Just live. True. For now, though, opening up Marauder. Okay. ByuN going for a much more aggressive start. Going for concussive shell. Marauder production has begun, and typically the goal here would be to catch out the first couple of gateway units. If Trigger were to move out with Adepts and a Stalker, for example, to try and deny the expansion, then ByuN can catch him out. Oh boy. As Marauders are building up, pulls away. Just poking in, trying to get some scouting information. So far, another Twilight Council opener out of Trigger, working towards Blink. Blink is on the way. And ByuN, he's coming here into an extra Rax. Interesting. Going for a 2-1-1 setup. Second Rax to be for the starports. The Marauders are moving out. And we'll see if we can catch. As the Marauders are revealed, Trigger knows. And there's that recall. Most likely has to pull the boys here. I say that. In comes a second Stalker. Okay, he can hold his own. Has to be so careful though. As ByuN, he doesn't commit. Likewise, neither does Trigger. Whew, okay. We have a game. we have a game. We have a back and forth. Again, ByuN, he was hoping to catch like a stray Stalker, a stray Adept. Trigger was being very careful, very safe. Didn't lose anything. And from here, Trigger takes a third. I'll take a third expansion. Well, ByuN already has Stim in production as well. Bearing in mind that ByuN, with this style, with this initial 2-on-1, he has 0 tanks, so he has no factory production essentially. The factory just being used to make add-ons more than anything. Just reactors, tech labs. And ByuN is hyper-fixated here on his biocomposition instead. On his Marines and Marauders. So it's all about that bio. Trigger pokes in. There is potential for damage in the main. But Trigger, he's still waiting for his high ground vision. The Observer's on the way. As Trigger moves out, we have ByuN moving in with his Mind Drop. And he will confirm the Twilight Council still researching, so he knows the charge is on the way. Just like the previous game, Trigger is going to be delaying his Colossus production in favor of +1 in charge. Assuming we get a Forge. Assuming that the Forge is on the way. ByuN gets one probe. Trigger, he pulls back in. Now we can saturate. Now we can calm things down. We can saturate. Trigger, he scouts the main. I'm sure he's tempted to die. Oof, rough blink. There we go. Does dive into the main base, getting a depot. Not bad. Brings down a depot, but oof, rough blink. One Stalker gets picked up. And ByuN should be aware that there's an Observer somewhere. Otherwise, how else will Trigger get high ground vision? Dives in once again. Gets another SCV. Oh. But Blink's on cooldown. He's trapped. Oh, God. Jesus. Does Blink away in time. Gets the hell out of there. Back at home. Now that we have a third base, we can now afford the Bay. Bay is on the way, working towards those Colossus. Trigger needs a little bit more time. And ByuN is getting his third CC on location. Bold move. He's going to be on location. As ByuN moves out, goes for a drop into the main. 6 Marines and a Marauder. Forces the defensive warp in. ByuN is trading well, takes down the Zealots. He's trying to force a bigger reaction. At the same time, here comes the main army. But Trigger, he's ready for it. Trigger, he's in position. We'll bleed out 2 of those Stalkers. 3 Stalkers even. ByuN's trading well. He focuses on the Stalkers. He still wants whatever is left. He's forced to pick up. Forced to pick up. Boom, medevac goes down. Nice pickoff. Trigger holds. Whew, Trigger, he holds on. And I believe he's building up his Colossus. He has 1, soon to be 2. First Colossus has arrived. We have range on the way for the Colossi as well. But ByuN gets away with his third CC. Does get away with it on location. Again, welcome to Frostline. It's a large map. One of the larger maps in the map pool. And Trigger, he has yet to really achieve any harassing damage here outside of his Stalkers earlier. He's also getting ready. Trigger, he should be aware of the expansion of the third. Just now scatting across the map. ByuN looking for a way in. He gets spotted. Trigger is aware. Trigger, he's aware, he's trying to keep up. Colossus exposed, and not again. The Colossus is going to go down. Massive pickup. Trigger caught with his pants down. He was out in the open. Massive catch from ByuN. And that's what I was hoping for. Trigger at the same time going for a zealot run by. More stalkers going down. These losses are brutal. Zealots, they do well for themselves. They get 5 SCVs. But only 5. Zealots are cleaned up. ByuN does turn back around. Trigger going for another run by. He has potential. But still bleeding out a little high-tech units. Whether it's Stalkers, whether it's Colossus. ByuN keeps pushing. And Trigger, he needs to sell a run by to get damage done. He's so reliant on it. On the high ground, we have 1 Colossus. We have force fields. Not bad. Zoning back the army. Colossus putting in a lot of work. There's a shield battery in the high ground as well. Trying to force some friendly fire, but the mine shots a pole. They shut down the zealots. Trigger, he does get across the map. But ByuN, oh, he catches another Colossus. He gets it. Yeah, he sims in. And ByuN, he has broken Trigger. The boys are being pulled away. They cannot escape. Losing every single worker here. And ByuN, he snowballs out of control. He breaks through the defensive line. Gets into the natural. Takes down the Stalkers. And these losses, they were just too brutal. Again, losing that first Colossus was insane. And then the second, of course. But imagine that fight with 2 Colossus instead. Then, I mean, then Trigger holds. Would have a much cleaner defense. And we'd have it back and forth. But not this time. Not this time. And it shows how unforgiving StarCraft can be. That's ByuN. He does dive into the main. No energy for a recall. ByuN just pulling Trigger apart. Diving in with the EMPs. Using connections. Trigger now to 2 Colossus. That's still going to be 15 worker kills though, and everything gets depowered. ByuN still trading well. Takes down a mineral line. He sims in. He wants the army. He wants the Colossus. He wants it. Settles for the Immortal. Immortal goes down. ByuN forced back. I mean, still the supplies are relatively close. And DTs, they get across the map, they get 3 SCVs. But ByuN still has a better economy. 4th base is on the way. And ByuN, he can maintain himself. Trigger less so. As Trigger, he's up to 2 Colossus, that is true, but what about the buffer? What about the Gateway Army? That's what Trigger is struggling. As he does repower his gates. Trigger, he is on 4 bases. ByuN dives in. Trigger trying to hold on. So far, buying time. Zoning ByuN away. From here, we could see Trigger going to Disruptors, and that would be a way to recover. Now just going Mass Immortal. As ByuN rotates, Trigger, he does somewhat keep up. Too far behind. He keeps up with the rotation. DTs across the map, they get cleaned up. Forcing ByuN back. And Trigger, he is actually keeping up here in supply. Impressive. Despite that, the first Colossus will still fall. It goes down to the Vikings, and this is going to be a rough fight for Trigger. Once again, he has no Gateway Army here to support. The Immortals are going down, one after the other. Expensive losses. And the Colossus should barely fall. One more shot does go down. Despite that, though, Trigger forcing his way through. Still has the one Immortal left over. Let's go. I mean, just still really expensive losses. And it's been a relatively cheap army for ByuN. I say relatively because he did lose all of his ghosts. The ghost count was reset. We have 3-3 now starting off for ByuN. Letting his 4th base himself. Trigger getting a 5th. Getting a 5th expansion, making 2 Colossus at a time. What's important here is that Trigger, even though he's been trading really... these have been really rough trades, like when it comes to the army. The economy, though, still looking decent. He's on a 4-base economy, fully saturated. He is maintaining himself. He's keeping up with ByuN. Fifth base is on the way. As Trigger moves in. Tusker from the planetary. He can't really do much about it, though. Gets 2 SCVs. Cruiser Zealot run by. ByuN's in position. Denies the Zealots. I would imagine ByuN won't be moving out without his ghosts, and there we go. The ghosts are now being rebuilt. Still very tense. A part of this as well, like despite some of the trades and some of the pickups from ByuN, because how large the map is, it takes that much longer to reinforce across the map. How much longer to commit to the aggression. No, the disruptors are here. If we can land some of these Novas. There we go, zoning for now. Second Nova as well. Trigger, he refuses to go down. He's lost how many? He's lost 4 Colossus and 5 Immortals so far this game, but he's still up here. He's still getting up to maxed out. He's been able to rebuild. His 5th base is up and running, untouched. Vikings, they get 1 Colossus, but they are exposed. The Vikings are going down. 4 Vikings falling. Trigger pulling away. ByuN going for a Doom Drop. But this time we have plenty of spotted pylons. Trigger's aware, getting a 6th expansion. Expanding towards ByuN. Trigger, he's maxed out. As he's maxed, ByuN is going for a counterattack, hoping to force a recall. Does he force Trigger back home? He does. Yeah, Trigger turns back around, leading out the entire mineral line. That's going to be 16 probes falling. Likewise, Trigger still being active here on the map. Lose the base. ByuN dropping into the main. Novas are going off. Some decent connections, but nothing major. Yeah, they graze the Marauders. Massive Eagles here, losing every single disrupt. Oh my god, the move command! Brutal control here. The move command was insane, and ByuN shuts down the main army. Oh no. And Trigger, he plummets in supply. Not like this. He lost all the disruptors. Is rebuilding. But this is mainly a Zealot army. It's mainly Zealot here. He lost everything else. Not like this. As he lost 6 disruptors. Down to 1. One disruptor left. Like, I appreciate what Trigger was trying to do here in the center. Like, he was hoping he could defend back at home with his warp-ins, and was trying to maintain map control, but his attention was split, and I mean, he lost everything. Now ByuN being forced back, both armies are remaxing. But I'm concerned here that despite the armies remaxing, Trigger has a smaller or worse army. A lower quality army. He's got 3 disruptors and a Colossus. Again, it's mainly a Zealot composition. The BMPs, they pop off. Zell diving on the Ghost, not bad. 2, 3, 4 Ghosts going down. ByuN, he will lose all the Vikings. Meanwhile, it takes down the 6th base. Knocking down bases. Disruptors are exposed. Novas, they pop off. Decent connections, but he's going to lose every single disruptor. Yeah, down to 2 once again. ByuN, he does collapse in. Popping off for the EMPs. Boys are being pulled away. And ByuN is going to be forced back, but still he takes down 21 workers. One SCVs going down. Trigger falling further behind. At one point he had 6 bases, now he's down to 4. Now he's down to 4 bases. I mean, really, barely a 3-base economy. Not even. He's down to 45 workers here. Decent Novas. Catch a Ghost. They clip the Marauders. The DT's popping off. Let's go. The 1 Dark Templar. Forcing ByuN back. Getting 8, 9, 10 SCV kills. Oh my god. Blinks away. Forcing another scan. The main armies do clash. Made the value DT. It's crazy. Trigger, he has to accomplish something with this army. I mean, hey, he has 5 disruptors. He has potential. If he can land these Novas. If he can land them. Speaking of ByuN coming in with a surround. And we've seen this before. Novas, they try to zone away. ByuN, he sims in, takes 1 massive Novas to the face. But the surround is still too good. The Novas are not bad whatsoever, but he surrounds the army, cleans up every single disruptor. And GG gets called. ByuN, he will extend his lead in the series up 2-0. GG. GG, well played. ByuN once again just pulling Trigger apart. I'm impressed that Trigger was able to survive as long as he did, like despite things looking quite dire, despite losing so many Colossus and so many disruptors, because of how large the map was, and because ByuN wasn't doing too much economic damage, Trigger, he was able to maintain himself. He was able to survive, build back up. Remember, he maxed out at one point, and I want to say that Trigger, he stabilized as well, but that was before he lost all the disruptors in the center of the map. I'm referring to the move command. I'm referring to when the Stalkers move commanded in, when the disruptors were left idle. Obviously, that was by accident, and I would imagine that Trigger was hoping he was maybe pulling back with the army, but did leave it idle in the center, and he lost everything. Lost everything then and there, and ByuN, he never really lost momentum from that moment. GG. GG, well played. Oh, with that, we're getting into Game 3, and I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a Game 4 or a Game 5, but the pressure is now on the Canadian Protoss. He has to fight back here and now, otherwise the tournament will be over, and we will be crowning our champion. Let's go. So we are jumping into Game 3 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player from Canada representing Basilisk. down in the series quite heavily here. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Trigger. And as we dive into game 3, a big shout out to Captain Fish in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh my, that's a lot of gifted subs, Pappy. Oh my god. 34 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Pappy. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, Captain Fish, a regular competitor in our amateur events and a long-time supporter as well. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it, Pappy. Thank you. Again, hope everyone that got a gifted sub enjoys the emotes and enjoys the replay packs as well, as we do give out replays to our subscribers. So thank you so much. And again, it's thanks to support in the chat that we get from subscriptions, from donations, which are more of a rare thing, that we're able to cast as often as we do and host events as often as we do as well. So thank you so much. We're fortunate enough where, I mean, we mention all the time that sure, we're the most active channel out there. We cast more than any other channel like Steadfast or Wardy or anyone else out there. We have the most content, but it's also thanks to the support that we get that we're able to do that. We're able to be as live as often as we are, as often as we do. Thank you. We appreciate it, Pappy. We appreciate it. Now, I hope you enjoy the notifications for like the next 5 minutes. True. As for now, we're settling in. We do have ByuN going for a Rax expand. Economic opener here out of ByuN, just going for the CC on the high ground. Later factory here for ByuN, so something more economic. Meanwhile, Trigger across the map going for his own gate into Nexus, or a gate Cybercore into Nexus, standard opener as well. Standard opener out of Trigger, more economic opener out of ByuN. It's raining subs. Oh, the subs. Let's go. Oh, they're still going. One day the gift notification will work correctly. For those that are curious, those pings are going to be going off 35 times. And not just that, but they're also going to be going off in the next scene as well. So look forward to that. Oh, no. Oh, no. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. As again, ByuN, he's on match point. One more game. One more game is all he needs to be our sparkling tuna for the week. Let's go. Una más. From here, setting up for a more committed drop. Hellions on the way, medevac as well. This time there is no Widow Mine, just mass amount of Hellions, and we'll see if ByuN can pop off across the map. Adapt is going to be denied. Marines, they hold their own. And here comes the medevac. Here comes the push. Going to be very committed, actually. Going for a marine drop across the map. Hellions towards left-hand side as well. There is a lot of potential here for ByuN. Adapt shades in. We'll thread the mineral line. You want ByuN commits. Trigger getting an SCV. He gets one. But here comes that drop. And back at him, what is it to defend this? Four Stalkers at the natural. And the Marines, they distract. They drag the Stalkers into the main. And here come the Hellions. These probes are being targeted. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. And Trigger is being torn apart. Yeah, they're getting roasted. Probes are falling left and right, getting 11 probe kills already. Oh my god, thankfully they don't quite line up. They do get away. And Trigger holds. He does hold on, despite that, still 11 probe kills. Medevac does fall. Trigger from here, he's going to look to stabilize. Behind this, he's got his third base. So even though Trigger, yes, he lost a lot of workers. 11 probes went down, but he has a third. Third base is finishing up. Likewise, Stalker's going for a counterattack. Hellions, they still pose a threat, but Trigger, he is back at home to defend. And he will. Shuts down the Hellions. Stalkers, they move out. Ooh, they don't quite get any ACVs. Was close. So far, ByuN is holding. And ByuN, he's not done with his aggression, going for early tank production into Banshee as well. Oh boy. Banshees are on the way. Is there any... Okay, there is detection. Thank God. I was scared. We have one observer already. Second observer's on the way. Trigger has detection. Oh. Don't worry, I won't give you 42 subs every day. Not that rich. Only every second day. True, true. No, thank you, Captain Fish. Thank you. We appreciate it. Yo, they're still popping up. Are they still going? Let's see. Yeah, they're still going. Ah, no. They won't stop. What have you done? What have you done? But now they're triggering through his extra gateways. He's getting it up to his 3 base economy. And working towards charge once again. Again, this is kind of like the meta here to delay your Colossus, rush into +1, into charge, into a more gateway heavy army. Trigger, he does skip his gases here at the 3rd base, taking a faster 4th. Going into this more Swarmtail style. Or Gateway Man style, if you will. And here comes Trigger. Is pushing. He's got how many 8 gates behind this? Yeah, 8 gateways are set up. Trigger does move out. And we'll see what he can get done. Oh god. I cannot touch the natural. It's not gonna happen. But the prism does get into the main. And ByuN, he's across the map. Okay, he's going for that double drop. But so far he does zone away the Warp Prism. Double drop slips in. Trigger's in position. He does defend. Trigger is keeping up. He deflects the double drop. Likewise, ByuN, he's somewhat keeping up with the Warp Prism. Somewhat. So he does attempt to move out. SCVs are going down. ByuN is dropping the main base out of position. He does quite intercept. Warp Prism gets away. Again, ByuN, he wants to push, but this Prism, it's been forcing him back home. It's giving Trigger more time. As Trigger, his first Colossus is on the way. ByuN moves out. And Trigger, he does spot the move out. Is aware, getting in position. Is getting ready. As he spots the army, he's going for his own counterattack. But Trigger, he cannot push into this. Colossus has arrived, will help, but that's still 3 tanks. And the base is gonna fall. A massive pickup, expansion goes down. Trades well against the Zealots. Zealots across the map, they do nothing. ByuN, he defends. He defends back at home. I'm sure he wants to dive in. He wants to and he will. Takes down the Colossus, the Immortal. Brutal pickups. Trigger, he was pinned against the wall, and ByuN, he doesn't want to slow down. Tanks do siege, reinforcements on the way. There's no Warp Prism to keep him pinned. Remember, the Warp Prism did go down to the Vikings. And here comes ByuN. Does catch the Observer. Trigger's in the dark. He's trying to keep up. Tank shots are brutal. Zealots are coming from behind. They get one of the tanks. They get one. Just the one. The other 2 survive. And ByuN is just an overwhelming army. He wants that expansion. As tanks, they reposition. Trigger, he's trying to be patient here, but he's up against the wall. The base, it's gonna go down. Trigger down to a 2 base economy. I just cannot deal with this. Cannot keep up. Leading out 7 probes. Zelts they charge in. The army is overstimmed. And Trigger, he might barely clean this up, but not even. The reinforcements have arrived, and ByuN, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks the third base, takes down the Colossus. And what is there left? There's one Colossus, one Stalker. Just the one Colossus. Oh no. And ByuN is getting the final base. The backup fourth. It's also going to go down. Trigger trying to hold on. Oh no. Nice force fields, but still not enough. Yeah, the ByuN army just slips on through. GG gets called, and ByuN, he will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to ByuN as he does claim the series. Does take it 3-0. Very impressive performance here. Trigger, he did have his own moments. If you recall, I'm bringing it all the way back to game 1. Game 1 was crazy. Game 1 where Trigger, he was ahead. He did take a lead. I'm referring to Whispers of Gold. If you were here for game 1, you would have seen Trigger with a very solid start, denying the third base, killing the third base even as well, just picking ByuN apart initially. And then ByuN, he just went Super Saiyan afterwards. He just committed to an all-in. He just tore Trigger apart, catching Colossus after Colossus, depowering the production. And in the end, ByuN did overwhelm. It was a crazy comeback there out of ByuN, and still a very close game. Likewise, game 2 as well was very clutch. That was on Frostline, if you remember, where initially it felt like ByuN was killing Triggers, like sniping mineral lines, taking down bases, catching out some of the high-tech units. But Trigger recovered, like straight up, like Trigger, he was able to bounce back in that game. He was able to max out. Trigger, he did have a comeback on Frostline, but it still slipped through his fingers. It still did slip through. Like, we saw that moment when he got surrounded. Like, that was, oh, sorry, not when he got surrounded. That moment when Trigger, he lost all of his disruptors in the center of the map. Wasn't a surround, but did leave his army idle. Trigger at the time, if you remember, he was distracted. He was distracted by a drop into the main, and in the end, ByuN, likewise, the multitasking of ByuN was in full display here against Trigger. GG. GG, well played. ByuN does take it. Congratulations. And a shout out to Trigger as well, because even though he didn't take the series, even though it did go down to ByuN, he did put up a very strong fight. Even though it was a 3-0, a lot of these games were very, very close, and Trigger did well for himself, making it to the finals as well. GG. GG, well played. As, my apologies. Hold on. There we go. For some reason, the names out of game were a little bit bugged, but there we go. That's fixed up. ByuN did 3-0, not Trigger, so my apologies, as the out of game names were misplaced. That's all good. There we go. ByuN does take it 3-0. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the time being. What do I mean by that? I'm not too certain if our schedule is updated, but regardless, we'll switch our scenes over. Catch up on our schedule. Here we go. So coming into our next week here, we do have the Wardy TV Monday tomorrow. True, we do have the Wardy TV Monday, but in 4 hours. In 4 hours time, we are going to be live here with something a little bit different, something a little bit special, something that I don't think I've casted before. I have casted FFAs before, but I believe we're going to be casting a Beast of the Hill style format, which is crazy, but basically, I mean, we saw a little bit of it, I believe, in EWC when we had the caster show matches, but it's not quite here in the schedule. But in 4 hours time, we're going to be live with the with an event hosted and organized by Hyper One. It is going to be an FFA, but an FFA series that actually has control points, where you have these centralized points in the center of the map that they become activated, and players have to fight for control of that central location. And every couple of minutes, whoever has control of that point gets points. They get points throughout the course of the game, and that is how you become the victor of that FFA. So it does incentivize engagements, does incentivize fighting early on. So there you go. So we do have an FFA cast in 4 hours time. Likewise, I might do another cast after that. For those of you that can see this schedule, it's quite busy. Like we have a really jam-packed schedule. We've had it since like October of last year, like where I think throughout the course of like the past like 4 or 5 months, we've had like 3 or 4 days off. Like it's been intense. And I wanted February to be like our our light month where we could maybe, you know, take a moment and take a breath. But that is not going to happen here. Our schedule is actually still very full, and it's gotten to the point where I'm being asked to cast more events than I have room for. Like, like again, if you haven't tuned into the CranKy Ducklings before, we cast more StarCraft than any other channel out there, like twice a day, every single day, sometimes 3 times a day. What I'm referring to, there were some show matches that were held last week that were cast in Spanish. They were not cast in English. There's a StarCraft Evolution show match. I believe there was a show match with, was it Hero and ByuN? No, it was the CranKy Pro Series. CranKy Pro Series as well. So I have like a bunch of replays of events. Sorry, Clemens Down. That's it. Clemens Down. They had a best of 9, which is crazy, by the way. But Clemens Down, they had a best of 9 a couple of days ago. Rebellion and Hormono, they had a best of 7 a couple of days ago as well. And shout out to CranKy. CranKy was casting all that in Spanish. He has given us the replay so we can be the English casters for those events as well. And I have to find a way to slide them in. And I have no room. We have the 2v2 tournament, true, like Thermal's 2v2 Cup. We're going to be casting that later on this week as well. We have the KSL. We have a StarCraft Evolution show match on Saturday. We have the OSC, OSC Championship that we have to go through. We have Wardy TV Monday. We have Pickers on Monday. We have the Podcast. We have a lot. We have a lot to get through. We have the OSC King of the Hill on Friday. It's a lot of matches, a lot of events, and because of that, I might do a 3rd event today. So in 4 hours time, we have the FFA, we have the free for all tournament. If it's a fast event, I might do another cast after that. We might be hosting a show match, a best of 7 show match after the FFA. So it might be a little bit impromptu, but I need to cast everything. And I need to find some time. So depending on how long the FFA is, we might do another cast after that, and then we have Wardy TV Monday, and then that's going to be our Monday. So yeah, there we go. So we have a lot to come. A lot is ahead of us. So yeah, if you're curious, if you want to support the channel, you can just follow us on all the social medias. We post whenever we go live. !socials in the chat. I should also pay out the predictions. But !socials, and you will get a link to our Patreon, to our Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. If you see something here that you want to watch live, or if you can't watch it live, if you want to watch the VODs, check out our YouTube. Our YouTube has plenty of content here. We upload on YouTube on a daily basis, so plenty of content on YouTube. Likewise, we're live on TikTok, we're live on Facebook, we're live on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick as well. We're live all over the place, all things CranKy Ducklings, plenty of content. And if you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon. Again, Patreon, I say support us, all the money on Patreon goes towards our tournaments. It all goes towards the events that we host, like Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's a way to support the community and support StarCraft. So if you want to support the Sparkling Tuna Cup, if you want to support Master Swan Open and Sea Duckling Open as well, then you can do so via the Patreon. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off for now. I might go on I might have a small nap, just because the next cast is in 4 hours time, so I might sleep a little bit. At the same time, I'll be honest, because I've been casting so much, I've been falling behind when it comes to editing VODs and scheduling VODs. I have so many VODs to schedule, and I for those that are curious how we do things here on the CranKy Ducklings, I don't mind sharing this. Our YouTube, so far I've scheduled I've scheduled 2 casts, 2 tournaments a day, every single day on YouTube for the next 2 weeks. I think that's like 10 videos a day on YouTube. But I usually like being like a month ahead when it comes to our uploads, but I'm falling a little bit behind, so I have to catch up. And I have no time, Pappy. I have no time, so I might do that instead. We'll see. When can we sleep? Who knows? Regardless, GG, well played. We're going to be heading off for the time being, and again, if you want to tune in, if you want to check us out, you can check us out on all the social medias, on Patreon, Facebook, all that stuff. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who is live at the moment? Who can we send everyone over to? Let us check, let us find out. Percival is live. Let's go. We have Percival. We have, who else? Wardy is hosting his own qualifiers. It's being cast in other languages. Hurricane is casting in Japanese. Let's go. We might send everyone over to Percival. Percival, he's a Korean Terran player. Korean Terran, great guy, great guy, great guy. Wholesome. He plays in our tournaments every now and then. Unless we find someone else we can raid. Let's see. Not too familiar with any others. So give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. See you next time, Pac. See you next time. We reached a critical number of broadcasts. We did. My friend is a patron. Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's like Christmas. It's like every other month for the CranKy Ducklings. True. Alright, but yeah, with that, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. Again, you can follow us. We're live every single day, multiple times a day on the channel, and we're going to be live in 4 hours with some FFAs. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow, or whenever we catch you. Yeah, we'll find you sometime, I'm sure. Find you sometime. Otherwise, see you next time. Until then, ciao, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.